Chapter 197, Divinity, 1. Limitless Feather Coat. At that moment, Li Lingtian's gaze fell on the middle-aged man's clothes. It was a green robe on the outside, which was also a treasure. However, a corner of it was revealed under the green robe. This corner alone was enough to shock him. At the same time, he recognized the origin of this robe. This robe was a treasured robe passed down from ancient times. It was called the Limitless Feather Robe. This treasured robe was impervious to swords and spears, water and fire, and could also negate the attacks of martial artists. It was definitely a treasure that was above a divine artifact. He did not expect this treasure to be on this man. He separated his soul consciousness and sent a wisp of it to the golden skeleton. However, when his divine sense landed on the golden skeleton, he did not resist at all. The destructive divine sense attack that he had launched earlier also disappeared. Junior has been disrespectful. This treasure is no longer useful to Senior. Junior can't waste it. Li Lingtian extended his hand and infused his true essence into it. He then grabbed the golden skeleton and plucked the limitless feather coat. He naturally would not let go of a treasure like the limitless feather coat. Ding! Just as he took off the limitless feather coat, a crisp voice sounded. The sound was like a pearl dropping to the ground. Li Lingtian was stunned when he looked in the direction of the sound. An octagonal crystal was lying on the ground, but the dust and aura were far away from the crystal. The crystal was emitting a faint glow. Divine spark. Divine spark, the real divine spark. Li Lingtian shouted frantically. He could not hold it in any longer. Even if he had gotten the divine dragon ring, a treasure, or a cultivation technique that was similar to the canon, he would not have been so excited. But in front of this crystal, he couldn't help it. Because he discovered this crystal, it was as if he had entered the immortal god realm. Even if he was a fool, he understood the origin of this crystal. He had seen Saint Lord Jiuyang before, and he had also come from the 21st century. He was no longer surprised by all kinds of mysterious things. He also believed that there was a true God in this world in the past. He also saw the soul of the Nine-Yang Saint Lord, but he was not as shocked as when he saw the divine spark. This crystal was the divine spark described in the legends. Only true gods would have divine sparks. A real god was an existence that transcended the mortals of the divine martial continent. This was a legend, but this legendary real god had fallen here. The shock on Li Lingtian's face turned numb as he looked at the divinity. He then carefully opened the divine dragon ring and took out a brocade box. The brocade box was a treasure made of ice. When he left the ice dragon hall last time, he had pried away a huge ice sculpture. This ice sculpture could never melt. Not even flames could melt it, unless it was a heavenly flame. This godhead was left behind by a true god, just like the golden core formed in the dantian of a martial arts grandmaster. The more powerful one was, the stronger the Jin Dan would be. It was the same for this godhead. This divine spark is the myriad spirit divine spark. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the divinity on the ground. He then used an ice sculpture box to store the divinity into the divine dragon ring. A divine vessel was the inner core of an expert. Every expert only had one inner core, which was their own heavenly soul. This divinity wasn't of the 5 elements, nor was it of a mutated attribute. It was the mysterious 10,000 spirit divinity. Such a godhead was not part of the 5 elements, but it was similar to any of the 5 elements. However, it was at most similar to a wood-type martial soul. If his strength increased in the future, he could fuse with this divine persona and become a real god above the martial god realm. He collected his emotions and looked at the golden skeleton carefully. Then, with a respectful expression, he put the golden skeleton into the divine dragon ring. He noticed that there was a jade pendant hanging around the golden skeleton's neck. Originally, he felt a little disrespectful if he took the limitless feather coat away. However, this feather coat was useless to a dead person. It would be a waste to leave it here. In the end, the golden skeleton's divinity was also taken away by him. In other words, taking away the divinity of the owner of the golden skeleton was already too much. Naturally, he would not search the golden skeleton, but he did not expect the jade pendant on the golden skeleton's neck to be exposed. Heaven-Earth Throne. On the jade pendant, there were 4 small green characters that flashed with a faint spiritual energy. This spiritual energy gave people a comfortable feeling. When Li Lingtian saw the jade pendant, he was extremely shocked. It was actually known as the Heaven-Earth Throne. One could imagine the identity of this golden skeleton when it was alive. It must have been a race or a powerful emperor. Only a race had the ability to be called the throne of heaven and earth. It was impossible for a single person to be called the heaven and earth. Other than these 4 words, he didn't find anything else. After Li Lingtian carefully stored the golden skeleton into the divine dragon ring, he kept the jade pendant as well. At this moment, the stairs disappeared. The entire square was silent. There was no movement at all. Even the divine artifact's pressure had completely disappeared. Everything in front of him seemed to be an illusion. Bang! Bang! Li Lingtian turned around and saw a series of sounds. Powerful martial emperors descended one after another. After calming himself down, Li Lingtian wore a faint smile on his face. He did not expect to encounter a powerhouse with a divine providence in his search for the 10 millennium frigid ice iron. He had obtained the limitless feather coat and this divine providence. This kind of harvest made him extremely excited, and his mood was also extremely good. Sir Lingtian, how is it? Hua Qingfeng's injuries had basically stabilized. When the group landed, they saw Li Lingtian standing in the middle of the square, perfectly fine. He then greeted Li Lingtian, wanting to know what treasure Li Lingtian had obtained here. It's nothing. I've been searching for so long, but I didn't find anything. The pressure here was actually absorbed by one of my treasures. This is quite a harvest. Li Lingtian smiled as he took out the Tianyu sword. Although the Tianyu sword was a holy weapon, it was not something that these martial emperors could tell. This Sky Cloud sword belonged to Sky Cloud sect. It was no secret that countless experts knew that he had this saint weapon. Congratulations, Sir Lingtian. The power of the Tianyu sword has definitely increased by quite a bit. Zhua Hao said with a smile. He did not believe that Li Lingtian had not discovered any treasure and that they were the only ones who had not seen it. So what if they saw it? With Li Lingtian here, they stood no chance at all. After that, more than 30 martial emperors searched the entire square carefully, but they didn't find anything suspicious. They could only return resentfully. Li Lingtian also left the sea and landed on Qilan Island. He then activated his divine consciousness and started moving around in the divine dragon ring. After a full minute, he took out the 10,000-year frost iron. Looking at this huge piece of 10,000-year frost iron, all the martial emperors revealed greedy looks. However, the 10 millennium frigid ice iron belonged to Li Lingtian, so it was fortunate that they could share some of it. Everyone was surprised to see Li Lingtian take out the 10,000-year frigid ice iron. Li Lingtian was a man of his word. I will keep my word. One will give you a portion of this 10,000-year frost iron. After saying that, the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. He circulated his true essence and continuously waved the Tianyu sword in his hand. In an instant, pieces of 10,000-year-old frost iron appeared on the ground. There were a total of 36 pieces of 10,000-year frost iron, and all 36 pieces were the size of a fist. After cutting off 36 pieces, there was still a large piece left. This piece of 10,000-year-old frost iron was hundreds of times larger than the one cut off. The 36 pieces of 10,000-year-old frigid ice iron shot toward the 36 martial emperors quickly under the guidance of his soul consciousness. After doing everything, he put the remaining 10,000-year-old frost iron into the divine dragon ring. Thank you, Sir Lingtian. The 36 martial emperors cupped their fists in thanks. Although the 10,000-year frigid ice iron they had obtained was only 1/10,000th of Li Lingtian's, a fist-sized piece was worth tens of millions of spiritual stones. Moreover, it was already a great fortune to be able to obtain this little bit of 10 millennium frigid ice iron from Li Lingtian. Even if Li Lingtian did not give them a share, they could only watch helplessly. Perhaps Li Lingtian would kill him in a bad mood. I'll be leaving first. Li Lingtian nodded. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a massive spaceship appeared before him. The heavenly cloud spaceship was hovering above Qilan Island. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no need to hide at all. Moreover, he had already done his job well, so there was no need to worry about other experts plotting against him. With a flash, he returned to the heavenly cloud ship. With a loud boom, the ship flew into the sky in a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly cloud spaceship disappeared. The 36 martial emperors heaved a sigh of relief as they watched Li Lingtian leave. He's finally gone. This monster is really speechless, that I can't see through this person. In a few years, no one in Green Continent will be able to stop his rise. That's impossible. That person is still around. No matter how powerful a martial emperor is, he's no match for him. Li Lingtian may be powerful, but he's definitely not someone that person can compare to. Don't forget that martial kings kill martial grandmasters and martial emperors, and martial grandmasters kill martial emperors. If a martial honor becomes a martial emperor, he will definitely be able to defeat a powerhouse who disregards his realm. You're right. One just hope that the three empires will stop fighting with this monster. This Green Continent is not his stage. What's the point of stopping him? For a moment, all the martial emperors sighed. They did not know that they were all old monsters who had been around for hundreds of years. How could they sigh in front of a 17 or 18-year-old young man? No matter how talented one was, a martial emperor could only be reached at the age of 60 or 70. A genius like young Master Ming Xiao looked like he was only 20 years old, but he was actually in his 50s or 60s. Most of the time, some martial emperors would only break through after they were 100 years old. It was extremely difficult to advance from a martial grandmaster to a martial emperor. Li Lingtian's achievement of becoming a martial grandmaster at 17 was already considered heaven-defying. In the Azure Continent, there had never been a genius who had reached the rank of a martial emperor before the age of 60. It was the same for martial arts grandmasters. There were no martial arts grandmasters under the age of 20, but Li Lingtian was an exception. Li Lingtian piloted the spaceship and quickly flew toward the horizon. He had gained a lot this time and his goal had been achieved. It was time to return to Sky Cloud Sect. Chapter 198, Heavenly Cloud Battleship. In the Northern Nether Empire, the four sects started to suspect each other. Because the experts under their sect had actually fallen in the Green Wind sect. They would never believe that it had nothing to do with the Green Wind sect even if they were beaten to death. However, there were many suspicious points in the middle. They also understood that someone must have framed the Green Wind sect. Even though they knew that Green Wind sect was framed, in the world of the Divine Martial Continent, face was important. The relationship between the four sects was not good to begin with. Last time, when they joined forces to attack Sky Cloud sect, almost all of them were wiped out. Only a few martial emperors returned. All of a sudden, the super sects began to suspect each other, and the relationship between them worsened to the extreme. Not long after that, the news of Sky Dragon Empire's Li Lingtian appearing in Bai Yunhai spread like wildfire. No one would believe it if it was just a rumor. However, this was something that countless martial emperors had seen on Qilan Island. Moreover, it had killed Yao Tianjun, who was at the peak of the 6th-level martial emperor realm. Immediately, the Biyao Empire started to feel uneasy. Although they didn't have a large army to attack the Sky Dragon sect, they had sent many experts and even sent people to attack Sky Cloud sect. Now, they were in a difficult situation. Li Lingtian alone made it difficult for them to move. The Green Wind sect incident was also linked to Li Lingtian. However, no one saw Li Lingtian make a move. Furthermore, everyone knew about the Green Wind sect's taboo on metal. Only this taboo could kill so many powerhouses at the same time. Li Lingtian had already left the Northern Nether Empire's territory on the Heavenly Cloud spaceship and arrived at the Sky Dragon Empire's territory. Without any delay, he returned to Sky Cloud's sect and had a good time with Tang Zimeng and the others. Following that, Li Lingtian gathered all of Sky Cloud's sect's refining disciples and began to build warships on Sky Universe Peak. There was no need to build the Heavenly Cloud spaceship anymore. He only needed to strengthen it again to increase its defense and speed. These things were all done by the Sky Cloud sect disciples, and he only needed to modify the array formation. For a moment, the Sky Peak was shrouded by countless restrictions, and only countless artifact refining disciples were busy inside. Even Sky Cloud sect's martial arts grandmaster could not enter. To build an aircraft carrier, the engineering was absolutely heaven-defying. It was simply not something that could be built now. The only way was to use precious materials to transform the Heavenly Cloud spaceship into a battleship. On this day, Li Lingtian took out 3.8 billion spiritual stones. These spiritual stones were his entire fortune. At first, he thought that it would be fine as long as he installed the array on the spaceship, but when it was actually implemented, it was not like this at all. Sect Master, here are 3.8 billion spirit stones. I need the most precious materials in Sky Dragon Empire. The more the better. 1 foot 11 inches give you as many as you have. Moreover, we have to strengthen the purchase of materials from other places and send them to the Sky Peak as soon as possible. When Li Lingtian handed the 3.8 billion spiritual stones to Ling Tianfeng was instantly numbed. Where did this kid get so many spiritual stones? 3.8 billion. Even Sky Cloud sect's wealth didn't have that much. 3.8 billion was equivalent to the total output value of the 4 major sects. He did not expect a martial arts grandmaster like Li Lingtian to be able to take it out so easily. Alright, I'll do it now. I'll try to buy all the materials I need in a short period of time. Ling Tianfeng did not know what Li Lingtian was up to. However, since Li Lingtian was able to fork out 3.8 billion spiritual stones to purchase the materials, there must be something big happening. Soon after, all the Sky Cloud sect warriors joined in the purchase of materials. Even the powerhouses from the Qin, Lan, Tang, and Li families, as well as the Imperial Palace, began to help Li Lingtian collect materials. In the past 2 months, countless materials were sent to Sky Peak in batches. No one knew what was going on in Sky Peak. Li Lingtian did not leave Sky Peak for even a single step. At a hidden spot on Sky Peak, the sky was filled with countless restriction spells that completely blocked the hidden spot. Countless blacksmiths were busy. The Heavenly Cloud ship was floating in the air, and some blacksmiths were constantly using precious materials to strengthen it. As time passed, the Heaven Cloud flying ship kept changing. It was several times bigger than before. It was 500 meters long, 200 meters wide, and had 6 floors. It was a huge battleship. Li Lingtian did not make any moves in the beginning. He was only supervising the disciple in building and reinforcing the Heavenly Cloud spaceship. However, some disciples were responsible for repairing the spaceship and constantly checking the condition of the spaceship. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian began to get busy as he busied himself on the Heavenly Cloud spaceship every day. 10,000-year Heavenly Flame Liquid, 10,000-year Frost Ice Iron, and Heavenly Freezing Meteorite, these rare materials were used. Originally, he needed an extraterrestrial meteorite, but the Freezing Sky Meteor was also a type of extraterrestrial meteorite. Moreover, this Freezing Sky Meteor was even better than the extraterrestrial meteorite. He had used all sorts of methods to cut off a piece of the Freezing Sky Meteor. After combining several precious materials, Li Lingtian and the 6 warrior king weapon refiners began to build the array formation. Time passed day by day, and 3 months passed. In 3 months, the 3.8 billion spirit stones of materials were basically gone. However, Li Lingtian's face was filled with excitement because the aircraft carrier had been completed. Using spirit stones as a power source is still too weak. Magical beast inner core? I can't. Li Lingtian was excited as he looked at the massive warship. With the array formation completed, everything was about to come to an end. However, when he thought of the power source, he felt a little depressed. If the power source was too small, the power would not be as good as he wanted. The magical crystal was used as a power source to activate the inner cores of the demonic beasts and demonic beasts, combining the two powers into one. At the thought of this, Li Lingtian was shocked. If he were to combine these two sources of power together with the power of the attack formation, it would be a force that could destroy the world. The mana crystal is the power source, and the inner cores of the fourth-rank beasts and magical beasts are the most powerful. Li Lingtian took out a demonic crystal before taking out a Tier 4 demonic beast's inner core. The higher the grade of a demonic beast's inner core, the better. The higher the grade of a demonic beast's inner core, the more powerful it would be. A Tier 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. If a martial arts grandmaster self-destructed, the power would even destroy a small city. The self-destruction of a martial arts grandmaster expert could even kill a martial emperor. It was the same for the inner core of a demonic beast. The power of the demonic beast's inner core, coupled with Li Lingtian's intelligence, was unleashed to the maximum. The offensive formation activated the demonic crystal and compressed the power of the inner core to the extreme, increasing the power of the original inner core by several times. Originally, the self-destruction of a level 4 first-level inner core could kill a level 1 martial emperor. However, with the support of the killing formation and the demonic crystal, a level 4 first-level inner core was enough to kill a level 5 martial emperor. That's all. With that thought in mind, Li Lingtian began to modify the array formation. The rest of the disciples were cleaning the warship. Now that the warship was complete, Li Lingtian was left to handle the rest. It was a 6-story battleship. Its entire body was silver gray, and it had a mysterious glow on it. It gave off a destructive visual impact. After Li Lingtian finished casting the last spell, the formation was completed and the warship was completed. Then, he activated his divine sense and began to refine the battleship. Only by refining the battleship would he be able to fully control it. This is the first battleship of the divine martial continent. I shall name you the Heavenly Cloud. From now on, the Heavenly Cloud shall witness the green continent's tremors. Li Lingtian looked at his masterpiece. With the wisdom of his past life and the Heavenly Cloud spaceship's true form, he had maximized the array formation in the divine array diagram. A powerful defense, coupled with a heaven-grade offensive array, and the use of demonic crystals and demonic beast cores, this power could destroy the world. Boom! With a wave of Li Lingtian's hand, all the restrictions in the sky disappeared and the Sky Cloud battleship was revealed to the countless Sky Cloud sect disciples. The warship was as large and majestic as a mountain peak. Li Lingtian cast a spell with one hand and a medium spiritual stone was placed into the array altar, activating the warship. Boom! 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 A powerful explosion sounded out as the battleship soared into the sky. The world trembled as the huge battleship stood proudly in the sky. It was like a silver cloud floating in the sky. The tens of thousands of disciples and experts below were extremely excited and looked at the warship in the sky in shock. Try your power. Li Lingtian's face revealed an expectant smile. With a flip of his hand, a pitch-black demonic crystal appeared in his hand, along with a Tier 4 Level 1 demonic beast inner core. The demonic crystal entered the slot in the array altar, and the demonic beast inner core also slipped in. Then, he pressed a hand on the array altar and released a strand of true essence. Immediately, a shocking pressure erupted from the starship. At the front of the battleship, a hole about a foot in size appeared on the silver wall. A 1-meter-long circular pillar appeared. The moment the pillar appeared, a deathly energy exploded from it. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, a light shadow appeared from the pillar and instantly bombarded the distant mountain range in the sky. With an explosion, a 500-meter-tall mountain was directly broken in half. Endless destructive chi exploded between heaven and earth. One haven't seen the power of the guided missile, but I believe that its power is no different from that of a guided missile. This is only the inner core of a fourth-order first-class demonic beast. If it was a fifth-order inner core, hee. The expression on Li Lingtian's face changed countless times before he was pleasantly surprised. This power was much stronger than he had imagined. The Sky Cloud sect martialists below were all stunned. Even the self-destruction of martial arts grandmasters and the battle of martial emperors were not so powerful. This was destruction. After a brief silence, a wave of cheers erupted. Tens of thousands of disciples cheered, and the Sky Cloud sect experts were also shocked and excited. 8 billion. One didn't expect the thing I created to be so powerful. Ling Tianfeng was shocked. Although he had spent 8 billion, this power was definitely worth it. What he didn't know was that it was more than 8 billion. It was worth at least 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention the heavenly cloud flying ship, there were also those precious materials. Adding on the 8 billion materials, 5 billion was definitely enough. Chapter 199, Controlling the Warship, 1. The heavenly cloud battleship slowly descended. Li Lingtian disembarked with a faint smile on his face. Big brother Lingtian, what's this? It's so powerful. Tang Zi dreamed that Li Lingtian had come down. He had been busy with this thing for a while and now she finally had the chance to ask him about it. Qingping, Xiao Xiao, and the rest were also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. It was terrifying to imagine the power that could destroy a small mountain in one blow. This is called the Heavenly Cloud Battleship. It uses formations, inner cores, and power sources to maximize its power. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. In this world, there was no such thing as warships. Only in his previous life did there exist warships and aircraft carriers. However, he was not completely satisfied with the modified version of the Heavenly Cloud spaceship. He wanted to build an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier was much more powerful than this. The main reason was that there were not enough spirit stones and countless precious materials. There were a total of 6 most precious main materials, and he only had 2 with him. The other one was replaced by the freezing meteorite. If he gathered all 6 materials, he would definitely be able to build a real aircraft carrier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have named this warship the Heavenly Cloud. In his heart, he wanted to build an aircraft carrier for the war god. The war god's aircraft carrier could at least kill a supreme martial emperor. Rather than having its power unable to reach his goal, he might as well not waste the title. The war god definitely had to be worthy of his powerful power. Heavenly Cloud Battleship, is this the one you drew last time? Tang Zimeng asked in confusion. She naturally didn't know what a battleship was. In this world, there was only force, not warships. It seemed that this so-called warship was similar to the one Li Lingtian drew last time. Not bad. You guys can go up and take a look. Just don't touch the control panel. Li Lingtian pointed at the Heavenly Cloud Battleship with a faint smile on his face. The other parts of the ship were identical to the cruise ship in his previous life except that this cruise ship was flying in the sky. The control panel was also the array altar, an important place to control the Heavenly Cloud Battleship. However, only he could control this battleship because the array was created by himself. No one else could control this battleship. That's great. Tang Zimeng and the 3 little girls flew up happily and came to the battleship. The 6-story battleship had a huge space. It was 500 meters long and 200 meters wide. One could imagine how huge this warship was. The top floor was a cultivation place with a wide platform. Behind it were 300 rooms on each floor, making it a total of 6 floors. However, the lower 5 floors were filled with countless rooms. At the top was a garden. It was completely a paradise. This place was also his private place. No one else could enter. It was also the fastest place for him to enter the control panel. Moreover, he could control the warship from here. The four girls were laughing excitedly on the Heavenly Cloud battleship. Every part of the warship had been carefully built. Moreover, every room on the Heavenly Cloud battleship was an independent space, and there was a spirit-gathering array. The largest spirit-gathering formation on the Heavenly Cloud battleship absorbed the heaven and earth spirit chi. It was a paradise inside. It would not be a problem for him to stay on the battleship for 8 to 10 years, because he could store items for several years on it, and he could live on it for a lifetime. Finally, Li Lingtian brought Tang Zimeng and the others to the top floor. The environment at the top floor was definitely a paradise. There were only a dozen rooms above, but each of them had 6 or 7 rooms and a garden. It was a perfect cultivation cave. The training ground and the garden had everything they needed, and they were all extremely excited. Cultivating on this is definitely a wonderful thing, Tang Zimeng said happily with a questioning look on her face. Li Lingtian did not need to think to know what this little girl was thinking. You can live on this from now on. However, this warship is used for war. Li Lingtian smiled. There were more than 1,500 rooms on the warship and each room was around 30 to 40 square meters. The rooms were also divided into 3 smaller rooms. In this way, the experts on the warship could cultivate and rest quietly, and they could play their greatest role in battle. The killing formation was only the main target. The safety of the starship had to be maintained by these experts. Even if they had an invincible defense, they had to be prepared. Moreover, the experts on the warship had to deal with short-range attacks. This was what the experts on the warship had to do. Sure. But there's no war going on in Green Island now. What's the use of using this battleship? Tang Zimeng was extremely excited as she held Li Lingtian's arm with her little hand. However, she remembered that the battle in Green Island had ceased after the Heavenly Dragon, so it was naturally difficult for a battle to happen. The real war hasn't started yet. The war isn't the kind that appears on the surface. It's a contest in the dark. This is the Cold War, and the Cold War is the most terrifying. Li Lingtian said seriously. Sky Dragon City was almost destroyed. Although his appearance saved Sky Dragon Empire, the other 3 empires and 4 mysterious families did not stop there. And the mastermind behind the scenes would not let go of Sky Dragon City so easily. There would be a war when the time came. Otherwise, he would not have spent all his wealth to build this warship. In his previous life, after the war, there was the Cold War. The Cold War had always been in a stalemate. No country would easily go to war, but there was always a secret war. In his previous life, he could not contribute to his country, but in this life, he would definitely not watch his empire be threatened. The threat from the last time had already appeared, and they were already wary of all the experts in Sky Dragon Empire. All the forces began to gather their genius disciples and began to speed up their cultivation because they could smell the fighting spirit. Subsequently, Li Lingtian levitated the Heavenly Cloud battleship above Tianyu Peak while he led Tang Zimeng and the others out of the warship to cultivate at Tianyu Peak. Li Lingtian was troubled by the fact that the warship could not be stored in the Divine Dragon Ring and could only hover in the air. Under such circumstances, Li Lingtian could only sigh. It was impossible for him to hide and take them away. Sky Cloud's sect was extremely excited when they saw the power of the battleship. In less than 2 days, the Sky Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace also learned about the Heavenly Cloud battleship. The Imperial Palace was filled with jubilation. With this battleship, their chances of winning in the future war would increase by countless times. As time passed, the other 3 empires learned that Li Lingtian had created a mysterious warship. It was a destructive warship that could destroy heaven and earth. They were all extremely worried. Everyone knew about the power of the warship, but Li Lingtian understood. The inner core of a level 4 monster beast could be used as a power source to kill a level 1 martial emperor or a level 5 monster beast, but it could not kill a martial honor. That was because the self-destruction of an inner core below tier 6 was simply unable to kill a martial honor. Unless it was the inner core of a sixth-order monster beast. The inner core of a sixth-order monster beast, coupled with the power of the attack formation and the demonic crystal, could naturally kill a Ivy Martial Honor. Basically, a level 4 inner core could kill an expert below level 5 of a martial emperor, and only a level 5 inner core could kill an expert below a martial honor. This was also the strength of a revered martial artist. Because a revered martial artist had a clone and a mysterious skill, it was naturally impossible for a warship to kill him easily. The battleship he was building now lacked too many materials. It could not pose any threat to a martial honor at all. However, there were no revered martial artists in Green Island, so he naturally did not have to worry. A month had passed. Li Lingtian continued to cultivate and he had reached the peak of Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster. During this period, Li Lingtian spent half of his time on the warship to inspect it thoroughly. He would only feel at ease if he inspected it himself. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with this battleship, so he was relieved. After everything was done, Li Lingtian discussed with Ling Tianfeng and the others to gather the 11 martial arts grandmasters from Sky Cloud sect. Then, he chose the 5 strongest martial arts masters among the 11 martial arts masters. Ling Haoming was among them. This was because Li Lingtian needed them to familiarize themselves with the warship. He wanted them to live on the warship and learn how to control it. Li Lingtian knew that he would leave Green Island one day. Naturally, he could not take the warship with him and could only leave it in Green Island. He had this plan before he built the warship. Because of his departure, Sky Cloud sect and Sky Dragon Empire would inevitably be in danger. Building a powerful warship was a life-saving treasure. He felt that it wasn't long before he left the Green Continent. If he wanted to leave the Green Continent and head to the Azure Continent or the Divine Continent, Sky Cloud sect would have to deal with the matters of the Green Continent on their own. After choosing the people, Ling Haoming, a rank 4 martial emperor, would lead the team. Together with the 5 martial arts grandmasters, they would have to live on the battleship all year round. Ling Haoming and the rest could sense that Li Lingtian was about to leave Green Island, but they did not try to persuade him to stay. This was because Green Island would not be able to keep a monster like Li Lingtian. They could only use the blueprints Li Ling gave them to familiarize themselves with the warship and control the array. 5 6th level martial arts grandmasters and 1 4th level martial emperor took a month to control the warship. They were extremely shocked by the warship. On this day, Li Lingtian walked out of Tianyu Pavilion with a faint smile on his face as he had already made arrangements in his heart. He had spent all his wealth to build this warship, so it was definitely not just for decoration. Moreover, he also needed to pay back 8 billion, plus some rare materials, was 5 billion spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, he only had a dozen high-grade spirit stones on him. He had never been poorer than now. How is your control? Li Lingtian asked as he came to the warship and looked at Ling Haoming and the others. Basically, a martial arts grandmaster said respectfully. Although they were all martial arts grandmasters, they were nothing in front of Li Lingtian. With the addition of this warship, they were even more impressed by Li Lingtian. This was the first warship in the Divine Martial Continent and it had not appeared for countless years. Alright then, it's time to test its power. The smile on Li Lingtian's face widened. The few martial arts grandmasters felt their hearts tighten when they saw his smile. They did not know that person was going to be in trouble again. Chapter 200, Demanding Compensation. Make an announcement. Sky Dragon Empire has suffered the flames of war from the 3 empires, and the people are in dire straits. The 3 empires will be held responsible for all of this. Each empire will be compensated with 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. They will be responsible for the consequences. I will only wait for half a month. Li Lingtian said coldly before he led Tang Zimeng and the rest to the warship. Since he was going to leave, he had to collect some interest. However, the few martial arts grandmasters and Ling Haoming were stunned when they heard Li Lingtian's words. 10 billion spiritual stones per empire was a robbery. They were actually shouting that the people were suffering from the flames of war. It had been so long, and they had never said such things before. Now that the battleships were built, they actually wanted 10 billion spirit stones from each of the 3 empires. They could not even imagine it. Are we really going to do this? This was also the first time Ling Haoming was so shocked. This young man was too terrifying. He could think of anything and dared to think of anything. However, he regretted saying that because he was an idiot. Li Lingtian nodded and went into the warship's room to rest. Tang Zimeng and the rest followed Li Lingtian to the 6th floor and began cultivating there. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a spirit-gathering array appeared. The dense spirit qi between heaven and earth slowly flowed in. After he entered the starship, Ling Haoming also gave the order to spread the news. However, this time, the news was directly spread to the 3 empires. Li Lingtian did not feel anything while he was cultivating in the warship. However, it was already a huge commotion outside Green Island. The 4 great sects of the Biyao Empire were at odds with each other. Although the Sky Dragon Empire was weak, they were still eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Even Li Lingtian was a threat to them. More importantly, the Northern Nether Empire attacked Sky Cloud Sect and the 3 empires joined forces to attack Sky Dragon Sect, almost taking them down. Although Li Lingtian did not say anything, everyone knew that he would not let this matter rest. As expected, Sky Cloud Sect had sent out news that young Master Ling Tian had said that the 3 empires would each compensate 10 billion spiritual stones within half a month and would bear the consequences themselves. The news shocked the world. Li Lingtian alone was threatening the entire Green Province. A young man who was a martial arts grandmaster had actually disregarded all the powerhouses in the Green Continent and openly threatened the 3 empires. Damn it, what does he think Tianjin Empire is? Is Tianjin Empire that afraid of Li Lingtian? Tian Hanyu roared angrily. He was extremely furious. The emperor of Tianjin Empire was actually threatened by a young martial arts grandmaster. Wasn't this embarrassing? Your Majesty, if we don't fork out 10 billion, our empire will suffer a great loss when Li Lingtian comes to Tianjin Empire. That infernal king beast is too powerful for us to resist. That's right. One wonder if your Majesty has any good ideas. Otherwise, our Tianjin Empire will become a laughing stock. That I didn't expect a Wuzong to be so arrogant. Who gave him the guts? A martial arts grandmaster dares to threaten the 3 great empires? How ignorant. In an instant, countless supreme powerhouses from Tianjin Empire gathered in the palace. Li Lingtian's strength was terrifying and they were all fearful of him. Impossible. One want to see what he can do with the Tianjin Empire. Although his strength is terrifying, I don't believe that all the martial emperors working together can't kill him. Tian Hanyu said angrily. Even the imperial palace of Tianjin Empire couldn't afford 10 billion spiritual stones. Unless all the sects and families in Tianjin Empire gathered together, no empire could afford to fork out so many spiritual stones. 10 billion low-grade spirit stones from each empire. Why don't we go rob them? In the Southern Mountain Empire's imperial palace, a middle-aged man's face was filled with rage. Every empire had to compensate 10 billion. Did they think that 10 billion was dirt? A mere martial arts grandmaster youth actually threatened the 3 empires in front of everyone. Damn it, this is clearly a robbery. In the imperial palace of the Northern Nether Empire, the emperor of the Northern Nether Empire said coldly. Such a thing had never happened before, even in the Green Continent. Some powerful families were also furious when they heard this news. Hundreds of millions of warriors across Green Island were shocked. Li Lingtian's reputation had once again reached its peak. Everyone knew of his existence. Even Scholar Heaven's End from 300 years ago did not have such a great reputation. Yet, Li Lingtian was now asking the 3 great empires to fork out 10 billion lower spiritual stones. 10 billion spirit stones? What kind of existence was this? Even a super sect could not take out so many spirit stones. 3 empires meant 30 billion. 30 billion was equivalent to the wealth of an empire's sect. Wasn't this like a lion opening its mouth? Some were anxious, some were watching the show, and some were gloating. Days passed, and half a month passed. However, there was no movement from the 3 empires. Looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Li Lingtian opened his eyes in the warship. After cultivating for half a month, his cultivation base had improved a little. However, after reaching the martial arts grandmaster level, it was not so easy to cultivate. Even a 4th-grade medicinal pill would not be able to increase his cultivation by much. Only a 5th-grade medicinal pill would be useful, but he was not confident in refining a 5th-grade medicinal pill at the moment. In his eyes, his cultivation speed was very slow, but his cultivation speed was many times faster than other geniuses. Half a month passed, but there was still no news. In fact, he had already known about this outcome. However, this half a month was for the world to see. Since the other party did not compromise, he would beat them into compromising. Let's go out and play. Li Lingtian stood up and saw Tang Zimeng and the others playing on the warship. The 6th floor of the warship was a private place where only the few of them were present. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going to play? Tang Zimeng asked curiously when she saw Li Lingtian walking out. Let's go to the Lanling Tower of the Northern Nether Empire first. Since they dared to attack our Sky Cloud sect, they must pay a certain price. There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face, but his entire body exuded a powerful aura that looked down on the world. After the true dragon body protection reached the 2nd level, the dragon energy cultivated became even purer, and his strength increased by a terrifying amount. Furthermore, the ice, fire, 9 heavens had reached the 2nd heaven. This trump card was even more domineering. He wasn't sure about his current cultivation, but he knew that he could deal with any expert below the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. However, those above the 5th level were not so confident. After all, experts above the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm were extremely powerful existences. If it wasn't for the Devil King Beast, he definitely wouldn't have fought with a 6th level Martial Emperor. Young Master Ming Xiao was an exception. After all, this young Master Ming Xiao was too powerful. If he did not make a move, Sky Dragon Empire would be finished. Are we going to take this battleship? Tang Zimeng looked at Li Lingtian and asked in a sweet voice. She was extremely fond of this warship. There were no battleships in the Divine Martial Continent. This battleship was definitely unique. Naturally, they would not let go of such a fun battleship. Of course. Let them experience what it means to fight. They think they're great just because they have a martial emperor. I'll let these super martial emperors know that Sky Dragon Empire is not to be trifled with. Head to the Northern Nether Empire's Lanling Tower and prepare the Tier 5 Monster Beast Inner Core and Demonic Crystal. Li Lingtian turned to look at the 5 martial arts grandmasters before they returned to their seats and activated the Heavenly Cloud battleship. The Sky Cloud battleship roared, and the ground of Sky Cloud sect trembled. Tens of thousands of Sky Cloud sect disciples looked at the Sky Cloud battleship curiously. The Sky Cloud battleship floated 10,000 meters in the air and then quickly flew into the sky. Wherever it passed, the world trembled, leaving behind a violent wind that wreaked havoc in space. Countless defenses were activated on the warship. There was no sound of wind on the warship anymore. It was as stable as flat ground. The huge battleship was extremely fast. Countless experts in the sky were shocked and they saw this behemoth and avoided it far away. Sky Cloud Sect's giant flying ship is flying towards the Biyao Empire at an extremely fast speed. This flying ship is as big as a mountain range. Wherever it flies, the space around it will be destroyed. In an instant, the news of the Sky Cloud battleship leaving Sky Cloud Sect spread throughout Sky Dragon Empire, and countless warriors were talking about it. The Northern Yu Empire's powerhouses were also informed of the news. Their expressions changed. Li Lingtian was already difficult enough to deal with. With such a large warship, it seemed like the Northern Yu Empire had become Li Lingtian's target. They all understood that although the Northern Nether Empire didn't have a large army to participate in the war, the fact that the four sects had joined forces to attack Sky Cloud's sect wasn't hidden for long. Sky Cloud's sect was Li Lingtian's sect. His own sect was almost destroyed. Now that he was stronger, he would naturally target the sects in the Biyao Empire. This time, it's the moment of life and death for our Lanling Tower. The last time we went to attack Sky Cloud's sect, the Heavens Roar's sect was already exterminated, yet they still want to find trouble with our Lanling Tower. Truly detestable. Although he didn't say that he wanted to attack our Lanling Tower is the closest to Sky Cloud's sect. If he flies towards us, it goes without saying that he wants to attack our Lanling Tower. Mu Chen's expression turned grave. The previously high and mighty martial royal realm expert was now facing a young martial arts grandmaster. He also felt grave. He had already lived for 300 years, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. In the Northern Nether Empire, he was definitely one of the top 3 experts. The Northern Yin cult master did not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. However, more than 10 martial emperors from the Lanling Tower had gathered together to deal with the martial arts sect disciples who he had previously looked down on. Grand Supreme Elder, Li Lingtian is only a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster. Although he defeated some martial emperors with his treasures, his true strength is nothing to worry about. The main reason is that his Demon King beast is terrifyingly powerful. We have to guard against it. Otherwise, we'll. A white-haired old martial emperor stood out and spoke. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. The solemn expression on Mu Chen's face gradually faded and finally turned into a smile. Chapter 201, Destroying the Ninth Elder. Li Lingtian stood on the Heavenly Cloud battleship as his blood boiled. This feeling reminded him of the gentle breeze from the warship in his previous life. In his previous life, he could not come into contact with warships, but in this life, he could build his own warship. This warship did not use nuclear weapons, but it was more powerful than nuclear weapons. The current speed of the Heavenly Cloud battleship was many times faster than the previous Heavenly Cloud spaceship. In the past, the Heavenly Cloud spaceship could only cover a distance of 20,000 miles a day at full speed. It was no different from an ordinary passenger plane. However, with his current speed, he could fly at least 50,000 miles in a day. Such a terrifying speed was shocking. However, after entering the territory of the Northern Nether Empire, the Heavenly Cloud battleship's speed wasn't very fast. Instead, it was flying slowly. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, a faint smile appeared on his face. The sky had never been so refreshing. It was the first time in the past few years that he had enjoyed the scenery so quietly. Tang Zimeng and the 3 maids were laughing and chatting at the side. They did not look like they were going to fight at all. Instead, they looked like they were going to play. Although Ling Haoming and the 5 Wuzongs didn't look worried on the surface, they were actually very afraid. This time, they were going to find trouble with the 3 great empires. The strength of the 3 great empires was terrifying, and they were not someone they could deal with at all. The Lanling Tower's territory should be up ahead. Li Lingtian pointed at a large city on the horizon as he spoke indifferently. Pavilion Master is right. The Divine Wood City of the Northern Nether Empire is right in front of us. It's also the Lanling Tower's territory. After passing through this Divine Wood City, we'll enter the Lanling Tower's realm. Almost everyone in the entire Divine Wood City is Lanling Tower's disciple. Although Lanling Tower is different from other sects, its influence is still in the top 10 of the 3 empires. Mu Chen, the Grand Elder of Lanling Tower, is already more than 300 years old. He's a 7th level martial emperor. Yuan Seelan stepped forward and bowed. He began to tell them everything about Lanling Tower. He understood Lanling Tower very well. This was also Li Lingtian's request. He must have a thorough understanding of his opponent's strength, or he would be the one at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Yuan Silan's words, Li Lingtian began to calculate in his heart. A 7th-tier martial emperor was definitely not that simple. If he wanted to make a move, he would have to show the 3 empires his might and kill them in one strike to warn the others. Speed up. Li Lingtian said coldly with a cruel smile on his face. Then, the heavenly cloud battleship flew quickly. In the blink of an eye, the huge warship appeared in the sky above the Divine Wood City. Countless martial artists in the Divine Wood City looked at the huge warship in the sky and were extremely shocked. They had never seen such a strange and powerful spaceship. What a powerful ship. This flying ship is so strange. It's emitting a shocking aura. It's definitely not something that ordinary flying ships can compare to. Which faction does this spaceship belong to? It actually came to the Divine Wood City. Looking at the heavenly cloud battleship that flew past in the sky, hundreds of thousands of martial artists from the Divine Wood City were shocked beyond words. They were discussing among themselves for a while. Oh no, this is Li Lingtian's spaceship. Hurry up and inform the sect. No, it's too late. The supreme powerhouse from Lanling Tower, who was hidden in Divine Wood City, was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's warship and his figure. The other martial artists were equally shocked. However, they saw that the speed of the battleship had already flown past the Divine Wood City. At this speed, even if they flew at full speed, they would not be able to catch up, let alone inform the sect. Li Lingtian looked down at the Divine Wood City without any expression on his face. However, at this moment, his expression turned cruel. He waved his hand and made an obliterating gesture towards Yuan Silan. This was because a super expert was flying over from the sky above the Divine Wood Great City. He was heading in the direction of the heavenly cloud battleship. It seemed that he wanted to show the starship his might. Hundreds of thousands of warriors looked at the figure of this super expert with excitement. Wow, that's our 9th elder. It's really Elder Jiao. Elder Jiao came out of seclusion a while ago and has reached the strength of a rank 5 martial emperor. Our Lanling Tower has another 5th-level martial emperor. Countless martial artists cheered. In Green Continent, there were countless martial emperors, but the ones who could be called strong were martial artists above the 5th level of martial emperor. Those below the 5th level of the martial emperor realm were not considered experts. There was a barrier between the 4th and 5th level of the martial emperor realm, which was harder to cross than other realms. A 5th-level martial emperor could definitely kill 3 peak 4th-level martial emperors at the same time. Boom! At this moment, the spaceship in the sky emitted a destructive light shadow. The light shadow flashed and disappeared from the martial artist's sight. At the same time, the 9th elder, who was in the air, saw the light figure appear and his entire body trembled. The threat of death, and this light figure had locked onto him with divine sense, made it impossible for him to escape. He was stunned. In his shock, the light figure from 100 miles away arrived in front of him. The destructive power made people feel despair even from afar. Rumble. Another shocking explosion sounded. The light shadow that disappeared from the sight of all the martial artists had already hit the 9th elder. A blood-red light flashed, and the blood-red light disappeared under the impact of the destructive halo. The 9th elder had already disappeared in the air. This sudden attack stunned all the martial artists. A 5th-level martial emperor was killed in an instant. He didn't even see a single fragment after he died. This was a 5th-level martial emperor. 9th elder. A voice sounded in the Divine Wood City. There was a hint of sorrow in the voice as they watched the 9th elder be killed in an instant. Eider 9 had been in closed-door cultivation and had only come out recently. Naturally, he was unaware of Li Lingtian's strength since he had encountered such a situation right after he came out. That was why he did not listen to his advice and tried to stop Li Lingtian. However, he did not expect to be destroyed by a light shadow before he could react. For a moment, the entire Divine Wood City fell silent. Why did the huge spaceship in the sky have such a destructive attack? Li Lingtian looked satisfied as he watched the Tier 5 Martial Emperor powerhouse being destroyed. Although he had used a level 5 monster core, he had killed a level 5 Martial Emperor. He didn't think much of it, but Yuan Seelan and the others were stunned. Even though he had been in control of the Heavenly Cloud battleship recently, he did not expect it to be so powerful. A 5th level Martial Emperor only needed one spell to dissipate. The cannons on this battleship could be split into front and back, instantly changing the position and direction of the cannons. More importantly, this battleship's attack had the power to lock onto the target. As long as the formation locked onto the target, this power would attack the locked target. The Heavenly Cloud battleship flew at a high speed. Even when it was attacking, the Heavenly Cloud battleship was also flying at a high speed. By the time all the warriors reacted, the Heavenly Cloud battleship had already disappeared above the Divine Wood Great City. After 15 minutes, the Heavenly Cloud battleship had arrived before a huge mountain range. On the mountain range, there were countless pavilions and palaces. Countless powerhouses were already waiting on the mountain range. 16 super powerhouses hovered in the sky and watched Li Lingtian's warship from afar. Li Lingtian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A faint voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a super expert appeared in the air. He was a 7th level Martial Emperor. Li Lingtian looked at the 7th tier Martial Emperor powerhouse in the air and thought to himself, this guy must be the Grand Elder of Lanling Tower, Mu Chen. Oh, it seems that you've prepared for this. If you have any skills, then show them to me. If you want to blame someone, then blame Lanling Tower for being blind and provoking Sky Cloud sect. Li Lingtian stood on the warship and scanned the place with his divine perception, taking in all the powerhouses before him. 16 Martial Emperors, including Mu Chen, made a total of 17 Martial Emperors. With such a lineup, even if all the super powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire were to join forces, they would not be a match for Lanling Tower. Looking at the other party's formation, they had long known that he was coming. It was just that he did not know what ability Lanling Tower had to stop him. Li Lingtian, this world belongs to the strong. Sky Cloud sect is the weak. Do you think this world is reasonable? Sky Cloud sect is lucky to have you. If you can join my Lanling Tower, I will hire you as an honorary elder. You will be able to control hundreds of thousands of Lanling Tower disciples. How about that? The conditions to join my Lanling Tower are definitely 10,000 times better than Sky Cloud sect. Mu Chen looked at Li Lingtian in shock. The spaceship exuded a destructive aura and was definitely not an ordinary spaceship. Could it be that this was what Sky Cloud sect had been forging some time ago? Although the movements of the Sky Peak were secretive, there were still countless spies who had done so. They were even more shocked by the young man in front of them. The expert who had shocked the Azure continent was indeed a young man. Mu Chen, you're indeed an old fox. You still haven't forgotten to sow discord at a time like this. Li Lingtian secretly thought to himself. He maintained the smile on his face, but he was a little confused. These people had been waiting here for a long time. They must have some powerful backup plan or else they would not have appeared so easily. Mu Chen, your conditions are not bad, but this young master is someone that your mere Lanling Tower can accommodate. If you provoke Sky Cloud sect, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Li Lingtian shouted. Tang Zimeng and the rest were excited as they looked at the dozen or so martial royal realm powerhouses in the distance. As a martial king, he could actually face so many martial emperors with ease. She was full of confidence when she thought of the attack from the Heavenly Cloud battleship, which had caused a 5th level martial emperor to vanish into thin air. If he could bring this Heavenly Cloud battleship to the Azure continent, he would definitely be able to rescue his sister. After rescuing his sister, he would be able to completely put down his worries. You have to join the group to get a red packet. Chapter 202, Destruction. Since that's the case, since you're here today, you can stay here forever. An evil smile appeared on Mu Chen's face. Since he could not win him over, he had to destroy him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 16 martial emperors moved. However, Li Lingtian was puzzled as they retreated instead of advancing. In an instant, he had retreated several hundred meters. By the time he flashed again, he was already far away from Li Lingtian. At that moment, a destructive pressure descended from the sky. Li Lingtian was extremely familiar with this pressure as it carried the aura of a god. In an instant, a huge light shield descended from the sky and blocked Li Lingtian's path of retreat. Heaven and earth destruction formation, so that's how it is. Li Lingtian looked at the descending light shield and immediately understood why it was so calm to use this array formation to kill him. Yuan Seelan and the others on the Heavenly Cloud battleship were stunned when they saw the light shield. However, what happened next stunned everyone. The light shield in the sky was blocked by the countless defensive formations on the battleship as soon as it landed. It didn't have any intention of falling. Mu Chen and the 16 martial emperors were stunned by this situation. The heaven and earth destruction array had actually stopped on this flying ship. Even a fool would understand that there was a magical formation on this flying ship. The heaven and earth destruction formation was also blocked by the defense on the flying ship. For a moment, everyone could only be shocked. Using a formation in front of me, how ignorant. Li Lingtian was smiling. He had used the wrong array formation to deal with the Heavenly Cloud battleship. The defense of the Heavenly Cloud battleship was not only sturdy, but it also had a mysterious and powerful defensive formation. Yuan Seelan and the others were relieved. They knew that the defensive power of the warship was strong, but it was their first time using it. They were still a little worried. Now, it seemed that they were worried for nothing. What kind of ship is this? It actually has such defense. Mu Chen looked at the array on the battleship and said in surprise. No matter how much he had calculated, he had never expected that this flying ship would have such a defense. It actually ignored the heaven and earth destruction formation. The heaven and earth destruction formation was activated by 12 martial emperors. The appearance of 16 martial emperors was to conceal the number of people in this formation. Li Lingtian was unaware of the array's attack. The heaven and earth destruction array was successfully activated, but it was blocked by the spaceship. When the heaven and earth destruction array was activated, even a martial honor would be killed. The price of this array was that the 12 martial emperors would not be able to use their true essence for a year, and their cultivation would drop by a level. One could imagine how fearful they were of Li Lingtian by paying such a price to deal with him. However, even so, not only did they fail to kill Li Lingtian, they were not even able to unleash any of their power. The 12 martial emperors spat out a mouthful of blood. They were so angry that they couldn't achieve their goal even after paying such a price. One don't mind telling you. This isn't a spaceship. It's called a battleship, the Heaven Cloud battleship. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a wave of his hand, Ling Haoming cast a magic art. As the magic art was activated, a strange aura burst out from the warship. The appearance of this aura immediately destroyed the heaven and earth destruction array. Battleship, Heavenly Cloud battleship. The 16 martial emperors and Mu Chen were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had heard of this battleship on the divine martial continent. The domineering name, coupled with the defense just now, instantly shocked the hearts of more than 10 super experts. Now that you know, it's time for you to die. Li Lingtian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Cloud battleship trembled slightly. Immediately, a cannon appeared at the front of the Heavenly Cloud battleship. A pillar appeared and a destructive light shadow shot toward Mu Chen and the others. In the sky, a destructive aura wreaked havoc. In the Lanlinglao mountain range, all the warriors felt the threat of death. Even if they were hiding in the mountain range, they also felt the threat of death. The threat only lasted for an instant. Immediately after, a shocking explosion sounded as the light shadow exploded. Mu Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. However, in the face of this light shadow, Mu Chen did not even have the chance to use his treasures. He used the powerful physique and defense of a martial emperor. Without any resistance, his body was torn apart, and his consciousness instantly disappeared. At the moment when his consciousness disappeared, he saw a ball of destructive power light explode in the air. After that, he did not know what happened. The Lonling Tower's mountain range was attacked by the battleships. Countless warriors died instantly, and the entire mountain range turned into ruins. The 16 martial emperors were also hit by the destructive force. They spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly flew away. In front of this battleship, he was simply courting death. Boom, boom. After 6 consecutive explosions, 5 martial emperors died and disappeared. The last explosion rang out in Lanlinglao mountain range. The mountain range exploded, and countless martial artists were sent flying. In just 10 breaths, 7 destructive forces were activated, and the entire Lonling Tower turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. Tang Zimeng, the 3 maids, and Ling Haoming were all shocked and did not say a word for a long time. Shoo! Ling Haoming let out a sigh. The Lonling Tower, known as one of the 4 super sects of the Biyao Empire, had actually disappeared in the blink of an eye in front of this battleship. Although a few martial emperors had escaped, they had already achieved their goal by killing Mu Chen and turning Lonling Restaurant into nothingness. At that moment, the heavenly cloud battleship slowly descended. Li Lingtian held it in one hand and activated the divine dragon ring. Little White appeared on the warship and vanished after receiving Li Lingtian's instructions. Since they had killed someone, they had to seize the treasure. As one of the 4 great sects in the Biyao Empire, the Lonling Tower naturally had a lot of wealth. Little White was especially agile when it came to treasures and things with spiritual energy, so it was naturally the one who had to collect them. Li Lingtian brought Tang Zimeng to the warship to look at the Lonling Restaurant. The entire Lonling Restaurant had disappeared and become history. Half an hour later, the heavenly cloud battleship rose and quickly flew in another direction. The direction it was flying in happened to be where the Northern Yin cult was. However, after destroying the Lonling Tower, the warship did not fly quickly. Instead, it flew slowly, as if it was admiring the scenery. However, the incident at the Lonling Tower shocked the Biyao Empire. In the end, the Tianjin Empire and the Nanling Empire were also shocked. The few martial emperors who had escaped had already told them about Li Lingtian's warship. It had destroyed Lonling Tower in just 10 breaths. There was nothing in Green Island that could stop Li Lingtian. It was no wonder that Li Lingtian dared to demand 10 billion spiritual stones as compensation. All of a sudden, the Green Continent was shaken. Countless super sects and families were in a state of panic. In front of the heavenly cloud battleship, no matter how many warriors there were, they would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. This was a killing machine. The various sects and empires began to fall into chaos. If they did not pay spirit stones, they would face destruction. This was true destruction. Even the sect would be uprooted. On the 10th day, the Northern Yin cult was destroyed. They were also destroyed in front of the heavenly cloud battleship. In just a few breaths, the Northern Yin cult was completely destroyed. In this way, all the sects and empires could not sit still. His heart began to waver as he wondered if he should give Li Lingtian spiritual stones. After all, the 3 empires had joined forces to attack the heavenly dragon. Now, retribution was upon them. On the 3rd day after the Northern Yin cult was destroyed, the Heaven Roar sect was destroyed. On the 8th day, the Green Wind sect was destroyed. In less than a month, the 4 great sects of the Biyao Empire were destroyed. Li Lingtian did not touch any of the sects that the warship passed by. The sects that were destroyed were all there to attack Sky Cloud sect. Even the martial emperors who had submitted to him last time were all killed. After destroying other people's sects, it was naturally impossible for them to serve him wholeheartedly. In that case, they could only kill him. The destruction of the 4 great sects of the Northern Nether Empire had shaken the Green Continent. The 3 great empires had also agreed to gather 10 billion spirit stones within 10 days. During this period of time, Li Lingtian had collected nearly 10 billion spiritual stones, countless weapons, and materials from the 4 major sections. 10 days later, the Northern Nether Empire, the Tianjin Empire, and the South Mountain Empire would hand over 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. The 30 billion plus the wealth of the 4 sects was a total of 40 billion. 40 billion had already earned back the spiritual stones needed to build the battleship. All the powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire could only shake their heads speechlessly. Although Li Lingtian claimed that Sky Dragon Empire would compensate them, the spiritual stones were all in his pocket. However, no one said anything because this was Li Lingtian's ability. In Heavenly Dragon and Green Island, there was no one else who had such ability except Li Lingtian. If it were not for Li Lingtian, Sky Dragon Empire would have been finished long ago. With Li Lingtian's actions, there were no longer any forces in Green Continent that dared to provoke Sky Dragon Empire. Sky Dragon Empire's strength was becoming more and more consolidated. On this day, Li Lingtian and the rest left Tianjin Empire on their warship and headed home. Pavilion Master, if we build another battleship, no one in Green Island will dare to touch it. Yuan Seelan was incomparably excited. During this period of time, he had watched the super sect disappear in the blink of an eye. His heart was filled with shock, but now, he was already numb to it. Wherever the warship passed, everyone submitted to it. Without hesitation, he took out 10 billion spiritual stones. Li Lingtian's net worth had now reached 40 billion. This warship has already consumed countless spirit stones and materials. It's impossible to build a second warship with the materials of Green Island. With this warship, no one in Green Island will dare to do anything reckless. Right, you've already taken control of this battleship. Here are 10,000 magic crystals, 100 inner cores, and 100 inner cores of magic beasts. Don't waste them unless you have no other choice. Li Lingtian gave Ling Haoming 10,000 demonic crystals, 100 inner cores and 100 demonic beast inner cores as he spoke in a serious tone. Ling Haoming nodded. Even though he was a martial royal realm powerhouse and the founder of Sky Cloud Sect, he had no advantage in front of Li Lingtian. In this world, the strong reigned supreme. The strong respected the strong. This young man was a disciple of Sky Cloud Sect and the glory of Sky Cloud Sect. Without the slightest hesitation, he kept the items that Li Lingtian handed him. This was the warship's power source. Without these items, it would be impossible for it to unleash its astonishing power. At this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly turned dark. The darkness became thicker and thicker, and it was almost impossible to see one's own fingers. Not good. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise when he saw this. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 203, Revered Martial Artist, Dark Space. When Li Lingtian cried out in surprise, the others' expressions changed drastically. The scenery in the sky had become like this. Regardless of whether it was natural or not, they were all in danger. The world was pitch black. Darkness was an innate fear of humans. Even martial artists and super experts were terrified when faced with such sudden darkness. His soul consciousness was gradually being covered and couldn't be released. Even if his soul consciousness was powerful, it could only cover 100 meters around him in the face of such darkness. Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Zimeng's uneasy voice came from beside her. As a girl, she had naturally never seen such a situation. Her little hand was tightly wrapped around Li Lingtian's arm while the other 3 maids surrounded Li Lingtian. I'm fine. Li Lingtian looked at the darkness in the sky. Amidst the darkness, there was a blood-red demonic cloud that looked extremely terrifying. Ling Haoming and the other 3 were also nervous as they looked at Li Lingtian with concern. Rumble. In the sky, a loud rumbling sound came from the darkness, as if the end of the world had arrived. Go inside the battleship, 1 foot 11 inches handle it. Li Lingtian spoke to Tang Zimeng in a serious tone. His expression turned grave as he was the most familiar with the rumbling. In the last battle on Demonic Mountain, although the other party was only a 9th-level martial emperor phantom, that phantom was indeed the clone of a martial honor. The aura on his body and the terrifying pressure were something that only a supreme realm expert could possess. The rumbling sound did not seem to be imposing on the surface, but it carried the pressure of a supreme realm expert. Thinking of the changes in the sky, it was definitely the arrival of a super expert. He was at least a super expert at the peak of the 9th-level martial emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached such a level. Moreover, his reputation and methods were known by the entire Green Continent. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to send some trash martial artists. You guys go in as well and prepare to attack at any time. Li Lingtian turned around and shouted at Ling Haoming and the others. With a wave of his hand, a blueprint flew toward Ling Haoming. This blueprint was also the blueprint of the warship. The situation was critical now, and the warship could not be controlled by itself. Facing such darkness, the starship had no way to break through it, so it could only use its defense to resist. Looking at Li Lingtian's expression, Ling Haoming naturally understood that staying outside would only add to his burden. Once he entered the warship, he could still use the warship's power to fight against the super powerhouses. On the deck of the warship, Li Lingtian looked up at the sky as if he and the warship behind him were the only people in the world. Traces of blood-red light shone in the darkness. The entire situation was extremely terrifying. Revered martial artist, could it be the profoundness of a revered martial artist? Li Lingtian observed the changes in the sky. Such a terrifying space had already exceeded the scope of a warrior's attack. It was a profound meaning that only the legendary martial-honored powerhouses possessed. If it's not profound, could it be a forbidden technique of the demon race? The darkness in the sky grew thicker and the blood-red light became more and more glaring. Li Lingtian looked at the changes in the sky and overturned the previous profound meaning. This was not a profound meaning. Silence, silence. 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 The world had stopped. Come out, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. After a long time, the changes in the world stopped. Li Lingtian could clearly feel the vital essence in his body slowly draining away. Although it was draining at a slow rate, if this continued, his vital essence would be depleted within an hour even without the other party's help. With one hand and one body, he activated the divine dragon ring. The silver-winged flying dragon, the jade-eyed beast, the multicolored beast, and Little White appeared on the warship at the same time. When the 4 demonic beasts appeared, the space was filled with a terrifying demonic power pressure. This pressure resisted the dark aura in the air. At the same time, the Demon King Beast also appeared on the battleship. Feeling the shocking demonic chi, the Demon King Beast's eyes revealed excitement. Li Lingtian only felt a sense of security with a few powerful demonic beasts by his side. Then, he activated the divine array diagram. Golden light flashed as he waved his hands. The golden light on the divine array diagram turned into wisps of light that dissipated in the air. Li Lingtian's expression turned even uglier when the golden radiance disappeared. That was because he had already discovered a black-robed man after the divine diagram array was displayed. The black-robed man's entire body was pitch black, and only his blood-red eyes could be seen. This black-robed man's entire body was emitting shocking demonic chi, as well as a destructive pressure. This pressure could directly crush him to death. Li Lingtian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The black-robed man paused for a moment after being exposed. Then, he strangely appeared in the air, and his entire person fused with this space. He walked toward Li Lingtian step by step and finally hovered 1,000 meters away from Li Lingtian. He sized up Li Lingtian before his gaze finally landed on the infernal king beast. Li Lingtian felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake wherever his gaze passed. His heart trembled. Revered martial artist, a true revered martial artist was definitely not something that the avatar of the revered martial artist on Demonic Mountain could compare to. Moreover, the strength of this revered martial artist was strange and terrifying. It was not the legendary revered martial artist. Who are you, sir? One have no enmity with you and have nothing to do with you. Why are you making things difficult for me? Li Lingtian asked calmly with a pale face. He secretly complained in his heart. He did not expect to meet a martial honor. Wasn't it said that there were no martial honors in Green Continent? The revered martial artist of Green Island had lived in seclusion for 300 years. Could it be that he was the revered martial artist? Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless in the face of a supreme realm powerhouse. His tone was much calmer. A wise man would not fight when the odds were against him. He guessed that he would not be stupid enough to offend such a perverted expert. I indeed have no enmity with you, but I do have some connections. You defeated young Master Ming Xiao and almost killed him. He won't be able to recover without 3 or 2 years. Do you still have anything to do with me? Remember, you have to keep a low profile. You're too arrogant. That's your weakness. If you don't show off your abilities, perhaps no one in Green Province will be your match in a few years. My name is Dark Knight. If one die, you won't know who killed me. Dark Knight sneered as he glared at Li Lingtian with murderous intent. He had received quite a bit of punishment after Li Lingtian defeated young Master Ming Xiao. However, he would not kill Li Lingtian now. Instead, he wanted to subdue the infernal king beast. As for Li Lingtian, there were naturally other warriors to deal with him. So you're from Yuzhou province. I've accepted your advice, but do you dare to kill me in Green Continent? Li Lingtian's heart was crystal clear after listening to Dark Knight's explanation. It turned out that the man in black was from Serenity Plains. The person who was with young Master Ming Xiao was naturally a powerhouse from the infernal tribe. How could the ancient devil in the heavenly Devil Canyon compare to a martial honor of the devil race? Dark Knight's words shocked him. He was indeed too arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made everyone in Green Continent jealous. Only the enemy would understand the enemy better. Although this Dark Knight was disadvantageous to him, he had pointed out his shortcomings. However, what was the use? With the appearance of a supreme realm expert, even if he had a demon king beast and a battleship, he was not a match for the other party. Moreover, in this space, his opponent was the ruler. However, he understood an iron law. The experts of Serenity Plains couldn't move around the Green Continent and the other 3 continents, let alone deal with humans. In Yuzhou province, most of the warriors were devil cultivators who cultivated the devil race's cultivation techniques. They were extremely vicious. If this demon race revered martial artist tried to kill him in Green Continent, he would be attacked by humans. Don't worry. I won't kill you. The person who will kill you is already waiting for you. This Devil King beast is not bad. I want it. Dark Knight laughed sinisterly. The smile on his face was icy cold and he looked at Li Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. Following that, Li Lingtian was no longer in his sights. He completely ignored Li Lingtian and turned his attention to the infernal king beast and the silver-winged flying dragon. The darkness in the sky became more and more strange. Dark Knight's body emitted a faint demonic aura, but this trace of demonic aura continued to add to the darkness and pressure of the space. Could it be that there's still a supreme realm expert? Li Lingtian was shocked. He could not even handle a devil's revered martial artist. If there was another revered martial artist, he would rather settle the score himself. These people were extremely precise in their calculations and had ambushed him on his way back. A demon race revered martial artist had trapped him, and even the battleship was trapped. The demon king beast would definitely not be able to help him, and the other human experts could focus on dealing with him. However, at this moment, the other party did not give him the slightest chance. He cast a spell. The pressure in the sky suddenly pressed down on the demon king beast. Rumble, roar. With a loud explosion and a loud roar, the dark space trembled. The infernal king beast had also received Li Lingtian's instruction to engage in a great battle with the Dark Knight. A Tier 6 demon king beast was equivalent to a martial honor. However, in this space, the Demon King Beast did not have the slightest advantage and was constantly suppressed. Tang Zimeng and the others looked at Dark Knight and the Demon King Beast, and their faces turned pale. Divine Array Diagram, break. Li Lingtian stayed far away from the Infernal King Beast to prevent himself from being implicated in the battle. Moreover, seeing that the Dark Knight did not want to deal with him at all, there must be human experts waiting for him. He could not sit still and wait for death. Taking advantage of the fact that those terrifying super experts had not appeared, he had to break the darkness of this space. Only by leaving this dark space could he display his own methods. He waved his hands continuously and mysterious spells appeared on the Divine Array Diagram. A shocking radiance appeared. As the radiance appeared, the darkness in the sky was continuously eroded. The radiance grew stronger and Li Lingtian's face was dripping with sweat as his vital energy was drained. Rumble. The dark space was shaking non-stop. And Yi was also shocked. He had never thought that a young human martial arts grandmaster would have such amazing abilities. Everyone thought that Ming Xiao was a super genius of the divine martial continent, but when they saw this young man, he was no different from Ming Xiao. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. As he attacked the Demon King Beast, he cast a spell to repair the dark space that was about to shatter. Crash. At this moment, a bright light appeared in the space. The light became more and more intense. The bright light and the golden light intersected and shone, and the space was torn apart. Chapter 204, Demon Soul Bell. Dark Knight spat out a mouthful of blood. He was the one who had cast the dark space. Now that the space had been destroyed by Li Lingtian's Divine Array Diagram, his mind was affected. Instantly, the world became clear and clear, returning to its original cloudless state. Dark Knight's blood-red eyes were like a cold glare as he glared at Li Lingtian. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. For a moment, the battle stopped. Tang Zimeng and the others were relieved when they saw the light. The warship flew quickly and left the Dark Knight. Li Lingtian was shocked. Although he did not see another martial honor after the Dark Kong clan was destroyed, he could sense a dozen powerful auras rapidly tearing through the air. In his divine sense, the auras of the 13 martial emperors were getting closer and closer. He could sense the cultivation of the other party more and more clearly. Rank 6 Martial Emperor, Rank 7 Martial Emperor. Li Lingtian, Ling Haoming, and the others on the warship exclaimed. The 13 figures that came were 12 Tier 6 Martial Emperors and 1 Tier 7 Martial Emperor. With such a powerful lineup, even the entire Green Continent would be destroyed. No wonder Dark Knight said that he would not deal with Li Lingtian. It turned out that they had such a large lineup. Naturally, Dark Knight was not needed. Even without Dark Knight, these martial emperors could still kill Li Lingtian and the Infernal King Beast. Lord Dark Knight, what happened? The leader of the group, a 7th-tier martial emperor, was puzzled and shocked when he saw the situation of Li Lingtian and the others and the blood on the corner of Anye's mouth. According to their plan, they would attack after the Dark Knight subdued the Devil King and secretly injured Li Lingtian. With the Dark Knight's array formation, there was absolutely no surprise. However, the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. The array formation vanished, Dark Knight was injured, Li Lingtian was unharmed, and the Infernal King Beast was still around. Humph, leave this Demon King Beast to me. One won't care about his matters. Dark Knight was already upset when he saw the few martial emperors questioning him. Now, his mood was even worse. As he spoke, he stared at the Infernal King Beast and pointed at Li Lingtian with one hand. With him keeping the Devil King Beast busy, the dozen or so martial emperors would be able to kill Li Lingtian easily. Their battle could not drag on for too long to avoid attracting the attention of others. Don't worry, Lord Dark Knight. He's just a martial arts grandmaster. Without the help of the Demon King Beast, let's see how he can escape. Xiao Ling looked at Li Lingtian and said gloomily. Tianjin Empire was robbed of 10 billion by this young man. As the protector of Tianjin Empire, how could he forget such humiliation? He did not believe that a martial arts grandmaster would have the ability to withstand a martial emperor's attack without the protection of a demon king beast. Alright, let's begin. Let's end this quickly. After saying that, Dark Knight stretched out his hand and a palm-sized bell appeared in his hand. When the bell appeared, a strange and evil aura appeared. There was a look of horror in the Devil King Beast's eyes. Li Lingtian could clearly sense the strangeness of the bell. Dark Knight injected a stream of pure demonic chi into the bell, and his entire mind entered the bell. The expression on his face couldn't be seen, but he could feel that Dark Knight was forcefully controlling the bell. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The sound was like a thin thread that floated in the air, seductive and alluring. Demon's Soul Bell. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. He could not figure out the origin of the strange bell, but when he heard the sound, he recalled a memory from the ancient devil. There was such a bell in the devil tribe called the Devil's Soul Bell. When it was used, it did not have any offensive power, but it could easily control magical beasts. Humph, you sure are knowledgeable. Dark Knight was shocked. A young human warrior actually shouted the name of this treasure. Even in the demon race, not many people knew about this bell. Roar! The Demon King Beast was disturbed by the Demon's Soul Bell, and its eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Upon seeing Li Lingtian, it let out a roar and dashed toward Dark Knight at an incredible speed. Dark Knight was shocked to find out that the Infernal King Beast was so loyal to Li Lingtian that it was only momentarily confused by the Demon's Soul Bell. Seeing the attack of the Demon King Beast, he could only block it for the time being. He could not use the Demon's Soul Bell anymore. Every time he used the Demon's Soul Bell, he would consume a lot of demonic energy. Rumble. Dark Knight, a martial honor, and a 6th-rank Demon King Beast. Two shocking demonic auras soared into the sky. Li Lingtian stood on the heavenly cloud battleship, his expression constantly changing. With the Devil King Beast pinned down by the Dark Knight, he had lost his right hand. The 13 martial emperors were eyeing him covetously. They were thinking about how to overcome this crisis or escape from this place. Rumble. There was another loud explosion. The warship launched an attack, and a light shadow shot toward Shaoling. Seeing that Shaoling was about to destroy the warship, all the martial monarchs were shocked. They had all heard about the power of the starship. It could kill a martial royal realm expert directly. Now, the warship's attack was aimed at Shaoling, a Tier 7 martial emperor. If this continued, Shaoling would die. The warship's power would continue to be unleashed. Not to mention killing Li Lingtian, it would be difficult to even save his own life. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Shaoling's face. He was hit in an instant. The shockwave from the warship destroyed his body, and the remaining force tore the space in the air apart. Shifting shadows. Li Lingtian was shocked. He understood the power of the warship. Even a martial emperor would be stunned when he was killed. However, the moment the warship's attack hit Shaoling, the power of the starship was like hitting a thin sheet of paper. In this situation, even a fool would understand that the other party had used a strange movement technique, and this movement technique had also cut off the connection with the divine sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape the warship's lock-on attack. The only explanation was that Shaoling had used his most proficient movement technique, shifting shadow. Li Lingtian had already learned about the strength and heritage of the Azure continent's top powerhouses during this period of time. Naturally, he could shout out the movement technique that Shaoling had used. Attack. Even if you recognize me, so what? You are destined to die here today. Shaoling was furious. Although he had dodged the bullet, it was extremely taxing on him to use such a movement technique. Martial artists used up true essence to cast ordinary skills, but some mysterious skills would bring harm to themselves. Being plotted against, he was naturally extremely unhappy. With that said, the other 12 martial emperors flashed and arrived in front of the warship in the blink of an eye. More than 10 devastating attacks were launched at Li Lingtian. Thunderclap wings. Li Lingtian was shocked. The combined might of 13 supreme martial emperors was shocking. Even a supreme realm expert would not dare to easily block this attack, let alone a martial arts grandmaster like him. The thunderclap wings were instantly displayed and disappeared strangely. When they reappeared, they were already behind the 13 martial emperors. Rumble. 13 shocking attacks smashed onto the warship. The warship trembled for a moment and then quickly retreated. Huh! Xiao Ling, Gongsun Nanyu, and the others were shocked to see the warship's defense. Although they did not manage to kill Li Lingtian, it was still a great achievement to destroy the warship. However, they did not expect the warship's defense to be so strong that the joint attack of 13 supreme martial emperors did not even shake the warship. When the 13 attacks struck down, the hundreds of arrays on the battleship automatically activated, creating an autonomous defense. At the same time, the Demon King Beast and the Dark Knight Beast were also engaged in an endless battle. Although the Dark Knight Beast was suppressing the Demon King Beast's attacks, it was unable to defeat and subdue the Demon King Beast. The Demon King Beast kept attacking with all its might, giving Dark Knight no chance to use the Demon Soul Bell. Ling Haoming and the rest were also anxious. The Demon King and Dark Knight were fighting each other and both wanted to kill Dark Knight so that the Demon King Beast could help Li Lingtian. However, Dark Knight and the Devil King Beast were extremely fast, so they couldn't catch Dark Knight at all. They were worried that they might accidentally injure the Demon King Beast. If they were to hit it with the warship's power, the Demon King Beast would be severely injured as well. Li Lingtian told them that even the warship would not be able to kill a martial honor. Ling Haoming could only order the battleship to aim at the 13 martial emperors. When the battleship aimed at the 13 martial emperors, the 13 martial emperors also felt the threat of death, and their bodies kept flashing. In an instant, Li Lingtian was surrounded by 13 martial emperors. He did not dare to use his warship. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Li Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the 13 martial emperors. Even if the 13 martial emperors joined forces, he would not stand a chance. The Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd was unleashed. The True Dragon Body Barrier was activated, and a destructive attack smashed toward Gongsun Nanyu. Rumble, rumble. The battle began once again. Li Lingtian flapped his thunderclap wings and wandered among the 13 martial emperors. The attacks of a Tier 6 martial emperor powerhouse were earth-shattering. Li Lingtian dared not be careless as he would be in danger of dying if he was attacked. Heaven-destroying, earth-moving. Yunfeng's 10 consecutive strikes. Startling meteor wind. Shocking attacks were launched at Li Lingtian one after another. In the sky, 14 figures flickered and the world shook. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, destruction. Time passed quickly and Li Lingtian was complaining in his heart. He had cast a few earth-ranked skills but they were nothing more than a tickle to the 13 martial emperors. The silver-winged flying dragon and the jade-eyed beast also joined the battle. This way, it also reduced the pressure on him by a lot. The three-colored dragon that he was sitting on would release shocking dragon breath from time to time, blocking the attacks of the martial emperor with his domineering defense. Seizing the opportunity, Li Lingtian raised his hands and a glacier and a ball of flames appeared. After the two extreme attributes appeared, he clasped his hands together. A shocking light beam shot toward the 13 martial emperors. The three-colored pillar of light was like a shooting star, tearing the space apart. Heavenly Harmony Formation. The 13 martial emperors were shocked and they saw Li Lingtian's ice, fire, 9 heavens. The death and destruction aura in the air threatened them. They didn't dare to block it alone. They looked at each other and used the array formation they had practiced for months. Instantly, 13 shocking attacks fused together. A ray of light tore through the air and directly bombarded the pillar of light of the ice, fire, 9 heavens. Gotcha! The two attacks collided in the blink of an eye. A tearing sound rang out in the space, and the world temporarily fell silent. Chapter 205, Light of God's Wrath. The entire sky stopped moving, and the battle between the Devil King Beast and the Dark Knight also stopped. After a short silence, the two attacks suddenly exploded, turning into a magical halo that spread in all directions, wreaking havoc in the space. Li Lingtian was forced back 100 meters as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he had mastered the second stage of Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens, he was still no match for the 13 martial emperors. Under that attack, he also suffered a backlash, and his mind was shaken. The 13 martial emperors were only sent flying. They weren't threatened, but their expressions were extremely ugly. They were both super powerhouses, yet they were not killed by their combined efforts. Li Lingtian's move alone was enough to shake the world. Earth Splitter, die. Seeing Li Lingtian injured, Gongsun Nanyu's body flashed and he slammed his huge fist on the ground. At the same time, the world seemed to be about to explode. A destructive force blasted toward Li Lingtian at an incredible speed. In addition, Wang Yuge's attack also came crashing down with a golden light. They naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. The other martial emperors took the opportunity to unleash their destructive attacks on Li Lingtian. Big Brother Lingtian. Young Master. Tang Zimeng and the other three were extremely worried when they saw Li Lingtian injured and attacked by a dozen martial emperors. Their faces turned pale. Ling Haoming and the rest were also anxious. In such a situation, even a martial honor powerhouse could be killed, let alone Li Lingtian, who was a martial grandmaster. True Dragon Body Protection. Ice and Fire Ring. Shifting flowers to trees. Sword Howl Heaven and Earth, die. Li Lingtian was equally horrified. These martial emperors would kill him at the first opportunity. With a move of his divine sense, the true dragon barrier was activated. The skill of shifting flowers and trees was activated without anyone noticing. At the same time, the ice and fire ring appeared in front of him, and a halo of ice and fire blocked in front of him. He slowly extended the sky sword in his hand, and the sword intent from his entire body filled the space. His entire person was like a sharp sword that stood proudly between heaven and earth. Seeing that all the attacks were coming at him, the sword howl of the heavens and earth was executed. Crash. The shocking sword radiance tore through the air and struck a Tier 6 martial emperor powerhouse. Li Lingtian's body also flashed rapidly. However, he was a little too slow. A huge fist shadow smashed into his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the air, a martial emperor was cut into 2 halves by the sword light, and another was pierced through the chest by his companion's attack. The two of them couldn't be more dead. Hush. Instantly, the entire scene was extremely strange and the atmosphere was stifling. Although Li Lingtian had suffered a devastating blow and was severely injured, he had managed to kill a martial emperor in a single blow. A martial emperor had suffered the same fate as his companion and was destroyed by his companion's attack. Boom! At this moment, a shocking explosion sounded. The battleship launched a destructive attack, which landed on Gongsun Nanyu. Gongsun Nanyu, who was a 6th-level martial emperor, was instantly turned into a bloody curtain. The 3 martial emperors were dead, and Dark Knight and the remaining martial emperors had ugly expressions on their faces. The Demon King Beast was also struggling. The situation was extremely bad. Roar. Ding-ling. Roar. With a roar, Dark Knight found an opportunity to cast the Demon's Soul Bell. The bell let out a tempting sound, and the Demon King Beast's blood-red eyes revealed a distracted expression. Not good. Li Lingtian was alarmed that the Infernal King Beast was being controlled. In front of the Demon's Soul Bell, even the Demon King Beast would be controlled, and its mind would be in the hands of the Dark Knight. If the Dark Knight controlled the Demon King Beast, it would be his death. The Demon King Beast could directly destroy him. Destroy it. Li Lingtian struggled internally at the sight of this. The infernal king beast was his own, but it was now being controlled by someone else. If he didn't destroy it, he would die under the claws of the demon king beast. He shouted unwillingly at Ling Haoming, who was on the battleship. At this time, the defense of the demon king beast was the lowest. As long as it had a fifth-tier inner core, it could be destroyed. Ling Haoming was stunned. He immediately understood the current situation. If they didn't destroy the demon king beast, they would all be in danger. Rumble, stop, roar. With a loud explosion, a ray of light shot out from the battleship. Dark Knight did not expect Li Lingtian to be so decisive as to use the warship to destroy the infernal king beast. If the demon king beast that he had painstakingly subdued was destroyed, it would not be a failure. He would always be unwilling and could not help but shout. However, it was already too late. The light shadow instantly arrived in front of the demon king beast. The demon king beast's consciousness also woke up in the face of the threat of death. He looked at Li Lingtian in confusion before sweeping his gaze across the Dark Knight with a fierce and ruthless expression. With a miserable cry, the 100-meter-tall demon king beast was blasted down. Cracks continuously appeared on its powerful body. Rumble. Just as the demon king beast fell, another light shot out from the battleship, targeting the Dark Knight. Demonic chi billows into the sky. Dark Knight was terrified. If he was at his peak, there would be nothing that could kill him. However, he had consumed more than half of his energy in the battle with the demon king beast. In his days earlier, he did not have much of a strong defense at all. When the light figure arrived, he could only forcefully cast a defense. The shocking power bombarded Dark Knight's body, and he was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. Die, heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber. Li Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot. He had been with the infernal king beast for so long. Although they were not master and servant, the infernal king beast was still loyal to him. However, in the end, he had even destroyed the infernal king beast. He felt extremely uncomfortable and was about to go crazy. He was a hot-blooded person with feelings. Although he had no choice but to destroy the demon king beast, it was all forced by the Dark Knight. At this moment, he could not care about anything else and used the heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber. The true essence in his body was circulated to the extreme, and a shocking pressure pervaded the world. Immediately after, a destructive saber light turned into a light shadow and disappeared in the air. All. In the distance, a scream sounded as the mountain range was split into two. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared coldly at the remaining 10 martial emperors. The demon king beast was dead, and it was unknown whether Dark Knight was still alive or not. All of this made the 10 experts in front of him furious. Rumble. In the sky, the 10 martial emperors were stunned. The demon king beast had been killed by the starship, and Dark Knight's fate was unknown. A tear rolled down from the corner of Li Lingtian's eyes. This was the first time he had shed a tear in the divine martial continent. Looking at the confused look in the huge devil king beast's eyes, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He stretched out his hand and activated the holy demon ring. A shocking demonic chi filled the space. The appearance of the demonic chi quickly wrapped around the demon king beast. The demon king beast's corpse disappeared in the blink of an eye and entered the holy demon ring again. The entire scene was extremely strange. A heaven-defying monster had actually displayed such a shocking demonic aura at this time. This demonic aura was probably something that even Dark Knight could not compare to. Ling Haoming and the rest were shocked. Although Li Lingtian possessed the infernal king beast and now possessed demonic energy, he was still a member of Sky Cloud sect. After entering the heavenly devil canyon, it was normal for there to be treasures of the fiend race. You all deserve to die. After finishing everything, Li Lingtian looked at the 10 martial emperors before him and spoke coldly. His entire body was exuding a strange aura. The shocking dragon energy circulated in his body, and the heaven and earth reincarnation technique guided the circulation of true essence. He slowly raised the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber again. The world shook, and spiritual energy turned into waves of Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. The mysterious pressure pressed down endlessly in the air. The 10 martial emperors, as well as Ling Haoming, Tang Zimeng, and the others on the warship, were all extremely shocked. What a powerful aura, not good, this is the aura of a god, could it be a divine artifact? Cut the crap. Let's join hands and cast the martial monarch forbidden formation. Fear appeared on Xiao Ling's face when he saw the aura and pressure in the sky. Sensing such an aura reminded him of the existence of divine artifacts. Only the aura of a god would be so terrifying. The young man in front of him had displayed such a terrifying aura of a god. It was definitely impossible for him to be a martial saint unless it was the aura of a treasure. At that moment, Wang Yuge grew anxious. He felt an unprecedented threat of death before the pressure, so he could not care less about Xiao Ling's identity. He reminded the other martial monarchs to use the martial monarch forbidden formation. Only the martial monarch forbidden formation could withstand such a destructive attack. The martial monarch forbidden array was created countless years ago by martial monarchs in order to defeat martial honors. Now that it was used, its power was shocking. The space trembled and the ground continued to collapse. Li Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the 10 martial emperors joining forces. The only thought in his mind was to kill the 10 martial emperors. He used the Extreme Overlord Saber, and a 100-meter-long saber beam slashed down. It was as if the world was about to be split into two, and the space trembled. Rumble. The martial emperor forbidden formation cast by the 10 martial emperors collided with the saber light of the Empyrean Extreme Tyrant Saber in the blink of an eye. With a shocking explosion, the space froze strangely. Li Lingtian, the 10 martial emperors, and the people on the warship looked at everything in the sky in horror. Everything was frozen. Crash. A beam of light descended from the sky. At first, the light was only the size of a star, but in an instant, the star-sized light turned into a 100-meter-wide light. The light beam ignored space and distance as it bombarded Li Lingtian and the others. Light of God's wrath, light of God's wrath. The 10 martial emperors, Li Lingtian, and the people on the warship cried out in shock at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock as if they had seen a ghost. Retreat. On the battleship, Ling Haoming was terrified. He cast a spell with one hand, and the battleship turned into a shooting star and flew into the sky. Li Lingtian's heart sank as he looked at the light of divine wrath in the sky. No powerhouse could escape the suppression of the light of divine wrath when it enveloped them. The 10 martial emperors were the same. They never expected that the great battle would trigger the god's fury light in the 9 heavens. At this moment, a shocking explosion sounded, and a shocking destructive power soared into the sky. Chapter 206, Moonrise Mountain Range. The light of divine fury was a heavenly tribulation that was above the 9 heavens. Under the heavenly tribulation, all living beings in heaven and earth would not be harmed. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew the power of the god's wrath. He was terrified and could not think of any way to resist the destructive power of the light of God's fury. In his anxiety, he used his divine sense and the spatial banner appeared in front of him. At the same time, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in front of him. When the space banner and the heaven and earth creation cauldron were activated, the god's fury had already descended on his body. The world trembled and was destroyed. The area within 100 miles became the center of destruction. Within 100 miles, there was no disaster. Big Brother Ling Tian. When the light of God's wrath descended, all treasures were useless. His body shook violently, and his consciousness gradually blurred. The moment his consciousness disappeared, he heard a hoarse shout from afar. Wherever his gaze passed, the heavenly cloud battleship was floating 100 miles away. The 10 martial emperors were turned into ashes by the light of God's fury at the same time. They did not know what happened next. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. It was as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. A shocking explosion shook the area within 1,000 miles. The descent of the god's fury light was seen by all the martial artists within 10,000 miles. They saw the destructive light descending from the 9 heavens. Countless martial artists flew in the direction where the god's fury light landed. Ling Haoming and the others were all dead. They understood that in the center of the god's wrath, even gods would be destroyed. Li Lingtian was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. It was impossible for him to survive the attack of the god's wrath. After a quarter of an hour, the trembling between heaven and earth gradually calmed down. Ling Haoming signaled Yuan Sealan to open the battleship and fly towards the place where the god's wrath exploded. Tang Zimeng had already fainted. She had witnessed the destruction of the person she loved. How could she not be heartbroken by such a blow? The battleship floated above the place where the god's wrath landed. Ling Haoming flew down and landed, his mind shaking. The entire area within 100 miles was reduced to ashes. Even the ground 10 meters below had turned into ashes. There was no longer any sign of life here. Li Lingtian and the 10 martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Not to mention their figures, even their corpses were nowhere to be seen. They had been completely reduced to ashes. On the ground, many medicinal herbs and spirit stones were scattered. These spirit stones, medicinal herbs, and weapon materials were all made from the ashes of the storage bags of these martial emperors. There were countless spirit stones and weapons. Every single weapon was a profound armament or imperial armament. However, in Ling Haoming's eyes, all of this was not important. The most important thing was to find Li Lingtian's whereabouts. However, he was disappointed that there was no sign of him. Yes. He waved his hands continuously, and countless spirit stones, weapons, treasures, and materials entered his storage bag. Ling Haoming locked onto each treasure and weapon with his divine sense. In a short while, the treasures, weapons, spiritual stones, and medicinal herbs on the ground had been collected. However, Li Lingtian's storage pouch was nowhere to be found. He extended his divine sense continuously to search, but there was no trace of him. Swoosh, 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 dot swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, countless figures flew over quickly. Seeing these figures, Ling Haoming returned to the battleship. The wealth below had already entered his storage bag. They searched all these places but did not find Li Lingtian. Returning to the battleship, a mysterious voice transmission talisman tore through the air, and the battleship flew into the distance. As the battleship left, countless warriors came to the place where the god's wrath exploded. They were all shocked when they saw the ashes within 100 miles. This is the power of the light of God's wrath. In front of the light of God's wrath, even a god would be destroyed. Did I wonder who caused this God's wrath? Didn't you see that? That battleship was Sky Cloud Sect's Sky Cloud battleship. It's definitely Sky Cloud Sect. Sky Cloud Sect's battleship was able to leave safely. That super expert must have been killed. In an instant, countless discussions and speculations spread. In less than 5 days, the entire Green Island was shaken. At the border of Tianjin Empire and Sky Dragon Empire, the God's Rage appeared. Sky Cloud Sect's battleship left safely. No one knew who was killed. All the forces were guessing. Only the Tianjin Empire, the Biyao Empire, the South Mountain Empire, and the 4 mysterious families knew. Moreover, these forces were all extremely shocked. The super experts of their own sect had all died in front of the god's fury light. Because the dozen or so super martial emperors didn't go back, nobody saw their traces behind the light of God's fury. Sky Cloud Sect, Sky Dragon Empire, and countless armies surrounded the light of God's wrath within 1,000 miles. The other factions, including the other 3 empires and the 4 mysterious families, did not dare to enter. This was because the heavenly cloud battleship was hovering in the sky. Anyone who dared to enter would be killed in one strike. Some of the Sky Dragon Empire's higher-ups, the Li family, and the Tang family. Both the Lan clan and the Qin clan knew that Li Lingtian had fallen in the face of the god's wrath. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers searched the area within 1,000 miles, but there was no news at all. After a month of searching, almost every inch of the land had been turned over, but there was no sign of Li Lingtian. Although they understood the power of the god's wrath, they still wanted to see Li Lingtian alive. The news of Li Lingtian's death somehow leaked out and spread throughout the entire Green province. Countless powerhouses were worried about their own gains and losses. With Li Lingtian's death, no one could threaten them anymore. However, their own sects and clans had lost a super martial emperor. It would be difficult for them to recover to their peak strength within 100 years. Tang Zimeng's entire being changed. She was heartbroken as she witnessed Li Lingtian's death. If Qin Susu and the three maids had not been taking care of her, she might have left with Li Lingtian. In Green Island, Li Lingtian had risen like a monster, but now, he had fallen in front of the god's wrath. Countless forces wanted to cause trouble for Sky Dragon Empire, but none of them dared to make a move against the might of the Heavenly Cloud battleship. For a moment, Green Island welcomed an unprecedented peace. The Soliciting Moon mountain range was a beautiful mountain range. However, this was only relative to the outer edge of the mountain range. No one had ever dared to enter the depths of the mountain range because it was rumored that there were powerful demon beasts in the mountain range. The Soliciting Moon mountain range was 100,000 miles long, but no one knew how deep it was. Countless forces and families of various sizes were built on the mountain range. Maple Leaf Manor was also located at the edge of the Soliciting Moon Mountains. However, it could only be considered a third-rate clan among the forces of the Soliciting Moon Mountains. Xingling, haven't you eaten? In the mountains, a young girl called out to a young man in the distance, her face revealing the attitude of a little girl. Yunbing, why are you still like this? Can you change it to look like a girl? A girl dressed in light clothes beside the agile girl said softly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. It turned out that this agile girl was called Yunbing. When she heard her miss scold her, she immediately felt unconvinced. Miss, look at Xingling. She's already a tier 5 warrior. She's not even as good as you. It's as if she hasn't eaten. If this goes on, she won't be able to find the cloud spirit fruit. Even if she returns empty-handed, it'll be late at night. Finding the medicinal ingredients also depends on luck. We can't be impatient. Let's wait for him. Yun Yaoyao said softly as she looked at Xingling. She was dressed in light clothes and had a snow-white swan neck. There was a smile on her exquisite face, and she gave off a gentle and quiet vibe. The beautiful woman looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. After she finished speaking, she found a place to sit down and waited for the young man below to climb up. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound came from afar, as if someone had fallen to the ground, followed by the sound of blood spurting. He immediately shifted Yun Yaoyao and Yun Bing's gazes over, and their faces were filled with shock. No one came to this place at all. Only the disciples of his Maple Leaf Manor came here to train. Stop this sound. Someone was definitely injured. How dare he hurt a disciple of Maple Leaf Manor here? The two of them looked at each other, nodded, and carefully walked towards the source of the voice. There were dense trees and grass everywhere in the mountain range. It was impossible to see who made the sound. Who is it? Come out. Yunbing's small face revealed a look of fear. She came to the grass not far from the voice and shouted loudly. This way, she could give herself courage. Yun Yaoyao looked uneasy as well. She reached out with one hand, and a green sword appeared. It was a low-grade spirit weapon. However, there was still no response from the other side of the grass. After the sound of blood spurting out, there was no longer any sound. Yun Yaoyao gave Yunbing a look, signaling her to go in the other direction. Yunbing smiled bitterly and walked to the other side, her hands trembling. Miss, come here quickly. When Yunbing went around, a white-robed figure was lying on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood, and his face was extremely pale. There was no fluctuation of aura at all. He was obviously seriously injured. Yun Yaoyao was shocked and quickly walked over. Looking at the young man in white lying on the ground, her heart struggled. The young man in front of her was obviously seriously injured. If she didn't save him, she would definitely be eaten by wild beasts. However, she was a girl. How could she get close to a young man? After struggling for a while, he carefully walked up to the young man. The young man's white clothes were already dyed red with blood, and his face was pale. However, one could tell from his appearance that this young man was usually unrestrained and elegant. Traces of blood were still flowing out of his mouth, and his heart was beating irregularly. He was already on the verge of death. "Miss, don't be like this. This myriad spirit pill was given to you by the Manor Lord. It's extremely precious. If you use it now, you won't have it anymore." Yun Bing immediately shouted as she watched Yun Yaoyao take out the jade bottle from her storage bag and pour out the only pill inside. The 10,000 spirit pill, a 4th-grade medicinal pill, was a treasure that could not be obtained with 10,000 gold coins. Now, the young miss actually used it to save an unfamiliar young man. Chapter 207, Desperate Wounds, 1. Yun Bing, don't say any more. Even if one have this 10,000 spirit pill, it's useless. Since he encountered it, he's lucky. Yun Yaoyao glanced at Yun Bing and said calmly. A hint of loneliness appeared on her face, but it disappeared in a flash. Only Yun Bing knew her young lady's situation. She was born with 9 terminal meridians. Unless it was a 5th-grade medicinal pill, she would not live past the age of 20. As he spoke, he wiped the blood off the corner of the young man's mouth. He pried open his teeth and stuffed the pill into the young man's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Seeing the pill melt, Yun Yaoyao's face relaxed. She didn't have much time left, and there was hope that she could save her life. Then, he looked at the young man in front of him. His pale face gradually recovered. Although his expression was very pale, it did not lose its elegance. "Miss, what are you doing?" At this moment, the youth finally climbed up, his forehead covered in sweat. However, when he saw the white-robed youth in front of Yun Bing and his miss, he was instantly stunned. He walked up and found that the young man's injuries were very serious, and he was on the verge of death. She looked at Yun Bing and Yun Yaoyao in confusion. She didn't know why there was an injured person here. "We don't know either. Judging from his appearance, he shouldn't be a martial artist. We don't know how he got injured like this," Yun Bing said. Looking at the young man in front of him, he was not a powerful warrior. A youth around the age of 17 or 18 would not be stronger than a warrior spirit no matter how powerful he was. Moreover, judging from the injuries of this youth, he should have been injured by a warrior spirit powerhouse. Yun Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise. Her gaze fell on a palm-sized cauldron, and beside it was a palm-sized banner. The young man grabbed the banner and the cauldron tightly. Even when he was on his last breath, he did not relax at all. Oh, he should be an alchemist. He was ambushed by a powerful warrior in the soliciting Moon Mountains. Otherwise, he wouldn't be holding a cauldron with such serious injuries. Xingling looked at the cauldron in the young man's hand. Only alchemists would treat the cauldron as a treasure. As time passed, Xingling and Yun Bing showed a trace of impatience. They were going to find the cloud spirit fruit today, but they were delayed by a dying young man. At this moment, the chest of the young man lying on the ground heaved up and down violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood sprayed onto Yun Yaoyao's light green shirt, and the three of them were stunned. You're awake, look, what you've done." Yun Bing watched as the young man on the ground dirted Yun Yaoyao's clothes, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. He pointed at the young man on the ground and was so angry that he could not speak. However, at this moment, he saw the young man open his eyes slightly. His eyes were weak. "You're awake?" Seeing that the young man had woken up, Yun Yaoyao was instantly overjoyed. She had completely forgotten about the blood on her body. He had saved this young man, which could be considered a merit. "What is this place?" The young man looked at the two girls and the young man and immediately became vigilant. However, at the same time, he realized that his entire body was weak. The intense pain almost made him faint again. The two women and one man in front of him were all martial artist disciples. However, in his current situation, even a weak ordinary person could kill him, let alone a martial artist. His eyes constantly scanned his surroundings. This was the most basic reaction of an expert. When he arrived at an unfamiliar place, he first had to understand the situation in front of him and his own situation. This is the Soliciting Moon Mountains. We saw you lying here while we were picking herbs. Yin Yaoyao's face lit up when she heard the young man's words. She replied softly. The young man before her didn't have a single trace of cultivation. He wasn't a warrior at all. Moonrise Mountains? I'm Li Lingtian. Thank you for saving me. That was right. It was Li Lingtian who had unleashed the heaven and earth creation cauldron and the space banner when he was utterly disheartened by the divine rage's destructive bombardment. The heaven and earth creation cauldron blocked a part of the attack, but the spatial banner actually opened a pitch-black hole in front of the light of divine wrath. In front of the god's wrath, his consciousness dissipated. In the end, he didn't know anything. As for coming here, he didn't know. This was the first time he had heard of the Soliciting Moon Mountain Range. Since it was a mountain range, it should be very famous. There was no such mountain range in Green Island. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he had been reborn almost 3 times after the destruction of the god's wrath. He was naturally experienced and would not reveal any flaws. My name is Yun Yaoyao. I'm from Maple Leaf Manor. He's called Xingling, a spirit apothecary. She's Yun Bing. Yun Yaoyao broke into a smile when she heard Li Lingtian's self-introduction. Although she did not know the young man's background, it did not seem like he was a villain. Following that, he introduced Yun Bing and Xingling. However, Li Lingtian was confused. What was a spirit apothecary? Spirit apothecary? She endured the pain in her body and asked softly. You don't even know about spirit apothecaries? Aren't you an alchemist? Xingling and the other 2 were stunned. Even a spirit apothecary didn't know what it was. Wasn't this a joke? I'm an alchemist, but this is the first time I've heard of the profession of spirit apothecary. Li Lingtian was taken aback. He then sensed the heaven and earth creation cauldron and the space banner in his hands and immediately understood that they had mistaken him for an alchemist. That's right, he was indeed an alchemy master, and he was even a super alchemy grandmaster. He was a legend of alchemy Dao and a legend of refining peerless medicinal pills. You should have come out from that deep mountain. Spirit pharmacists are people who can recognize all kinds of medicinal herbs at a glance. They specialize in identifying medicinal herbs and identifying their age and grade. Such people need great talent. Xingling said proudly. Although he was only a Tier 5 warrior, he was a spirit apothecary. Even an ordinary warrior spirit would not easily provoke him. Oh, 1C. Li Lingtian immediately understood the situation. However, his internal injuries were too severe and he needed to take care of them. However, with these 3 people around, it would be difficult for him to recuperate. How did you get injured? Where do you live? Can you walk back? You? Following that, Li Lingtian was on the verge of breaking down. The young girl's series of questions left him at a loss as to which question to answer first. Ignore her. She's like this. When Yin Yaoyao and Xingling saw Yun Bing asking Li Lingtian, a hint of fear appeared on their faces. It was obvious that they were afraid of Yun Bing's habits. I don't know either. One only know my name. I can't remember anything from the past. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This place was not Green Island at all. He had no idea where it was or what kind of danger it was. Now, he had to settle down and recuperate. Because until now, he had not seen his injuries clearly. Since you don't know what happened in the past, you must have lost your memory. Come to our Maple Leaf Manor. This is our Maple Leaf Manor's territory. Moreover, the courtyard is very quiet. You can also recuperate. Yun Bing didn't wait for Yun Yaoyao to speak and started rambling on. That's right. You don't have a place to go now. Maple Leaf Manor is only a few miles away from here. You should rest in the manor for a while. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before looking at Yun Yaoyao. Yun Bing was only a servant while Yun Yaoyao was the master. Naturally, she had to follow her master's wishes. She thought to herself that Yun Yaoyao was indeed a beauty, not inferior to Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyue. But now, he didn't have any thoughts at all. He was about to lose his life, so he naturally wouldn't think about beauties. Yun Yaoyao saw the look in Li Lingtian's eyes and nodded. She wanted to save him to the end. Li Lingtian tried to stand up but his mind was shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his expression changed drastically. His injuries had already made him feel fear and despair. The meridians in his body had been completely destroyed, and more importantly, his cultivation was gone. The originally powerful Wu Zong now did not even have the strength of a martial apprentice. His meridians were broken, let alone true qi. To a martial artist, cultivation was their second life. Now that they had lost their cultivation, wasn't this more serious than taking their life? His expression flickered for a moment but the trio saw it. In their hearts, they thought that Li Lingtian's injuries were too severe and it was affecting his injuries. Xingling, Yunbing, help young Master Li up. We'll take a shortcut back. Yun Yaoyao said to Xingling and Yunbing. The two of them immediately showed an unwilling look, but they had no choice but to obey their Mississippi. Reluctantly, the two of them supported Li Lingtian and slowly walked into the distance. The heaven and earth creation cauldron and the space banner were also put into their pockets. After walking for half an hour, they finally left the mountain range. They entered the backyard at the edge of the mountain range and Li Lingtian was assigned to a separate courtyard. After settling Li Lingtian down, the three of them left. They left Li Lingtian alone to heal his wounds. No matter how serious an alchemist's injuries were, there would always be a way. After the three of them left, Li Lingtian sat cross-legged on the couch and sent his divine consciousness into his body. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but after taking a look, the despair on his face became even stronger, and his expression became extremely solemn. Damn it! Li Lingtian's heart was filled with despair. Even though he had lived 2 lives and experienced countless storms, he could not help but curse out loud. The cultivation in his body had disappeared, and he did not have any true qi, let alone the true essence of a martial arts grandmaster. Without cultivation, he would still be useless. This was the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Damn the light of God's fury, damn the dark night, damn the Green Continent martial emperor. All of this had caused him to fall to such a state. Now that he did not know where this place was, how could he survive without cultivation? Alas, fortunately, I still have the flaming sacred body in the ice spirit martial spirit. My 5 elements martial spirit has reached perfection. I must treat my injuries and then think of a way to recover my cultivation. Li Lingtian pondered for a long time before the despair on his face slowly disappeared. After experiencing so many storms, his state of mind had reached a state where it was as calm as an ancient well. During the battle with Dark Knight's words made him feel a lot. He was too arrogant. In the future, he had to keep a low profile so that he would not suffer such a destructive disaster and let the danger die in the cradle. At the thought of this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 208, Ancestral Pill Recipe. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's spirit recovered significantly and he was no different from a normal person. However, the injuries in his body were still very serious. His meridians had not recovered, so there was no need to mention his cultivation. Only after his meridians and internal injuries were repaired would he have a chance to recover his cultivation. Now that he thought about how he had used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he felt a little regretful. No matter how strong his physique was, he would not be able to withstand the tyranny of the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber if he used it continuously. This was also because the death of the Demon King Beast had infuriated him. Otherwise, he would not have used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. The last strike had attracted the god's fury light. Now, he had also come here. Fortunately, he had been teleported by the spatial banner. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the 10 martial royal realm experts. He might not be able to encounter such luck in the future. Therefore, he could not count on such luck. He could only count on himself. He had to become strong, so strong that no one dared to provoke him. Regret wasn't in his nature. He could only learn from the consequences. He had to slowly recuperate from his injuries and understand his situation. He had been in Maple Leaf Manor for half a month. In this half a month, he had also learned the basic information about this place. The Azure Continent was the northernmost city, Moonrise City. The area under Moonrise City's jurisdiction was the size of the Azure Continent. In the Azure Continent, there were no countries. There were only countless factions and sects of various sizes. This was also a world of experts. Thinking of the Azure Continent, he thought of the Dishi family and Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue should be in the Dishi family now. However, he knew that it would take several years to fly from here to the Dishi family in the Azure Continent. Even the Maple Leaf Villa in the Soliciting Moon City had only heard of the Dishi family occasionally. The Dishi family was one of the top 10 families in the Azure Continent. These 10 families could be said to be the super families that ruled the Azure Continent, which was equivalent to the Tianjin Empire in the Azure Continent. Although the Azure Continent didn't have a country, it had 4 great clans. For the past half a month, Yun Yaoyao visited Li Lingtian every day to check on his injuries. She smiled when she saw Li Lingtian's injuries gradually recovering. After all, she did not waste a single myriad spirit pill. Yun Yaoyao was only a tier 8 warrior disciple, so she could not tell Li Lingtian's true injuries. She did not know if Li Lingtian had any cultivation base, but she merely thought of him as an ordinary alchemist. Li Lingtian could only learn a little about the situation at Maple Leaf Villa, which was told to him by Yun Bing and the other 2. The 3 of them had never even been to Moonrise City, so their knowledge was limited to a part of Moonrise City. Although Maple Leaf Manor was a family, their true strength was no different from an ordinary family. In this world, martial arts were popular, and everyone would cultivate a little. It was the same for Maple Leaf Manor. There were only 500 people in Maple Leaf Manor. The most powerful one was a rank 6 martial king, and there were 4 rank 1 and 2 martial kings. The rest were warrior spirits and warriors, and most of them were martial apprentices. Yun Yaoyao was the only daughter of the clan leader, a rank 6 martial king. However, Yun Yaoyao could not live past the age of 20. When my injuries recover, I will help you refine some pills. Your 9-in. Absolute meridians can also recover. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a faint smile that was brimming with confidence. Yun Yaoyao was taken aback. Thank you. Yun Yaoyao was gentle and quiet. She was like the daughter of a humble family. She was 18 years old, only 2 years away from turning 20. She had already accepted her 9-in absolute meridians and was more cheerful no matter what. Although she knew that this young man was just an ordinary pill refiner, she didn't attack him. Because her constitution could only be adjusted by a 5th grade pill. This young man in front of her was definitely not a 5th grade pill refiner. Li Lingtian looked at the young lady in front of him. She was in the prime of her youth, yet she had to accept the torture of death. Thinking of Tang Zimeng's desperate cry when he left, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. However, the Azure Continent and the Azure Continent were hundreds of millions of miles apart. Even if they flew, it would still take them more than 10 years. Moreover, the sea region along the way was extremely dangerous. No one could fly over it. It was impossible to build a cross-realm array unless it was a supreme realm expert. In Maple Leaf Manor, cultivation resources were obtained by collecting medicinal herbs in exchange for spirit stones. Everyone's cultivation resources depended on their own efforts. After Li Lingtian's injuries were stabilized, he joined Maple Leaf Villa. Although he did not have a cultivation base, he was an alchemist and no one dared to say anything. Some martial apprentices and martial artists' disciples even fawned over them every day so that they could help them refine some essence-cultivating pills. Although the vitality pill was the most basic pill, there were no pill refiners in Maple Leaf Manor. The spirit stones they exchanged for it were not enough to buy the pill. This 10,000 spirit pill was also exchanged for by the owner of Maple Leaf Manor with all his assets. Usually, the other ordinary disciples would enter the mountain range to search for medicinal herbs while the warrior spirit disciples would hunt demonic beasts to earn spirit stones in exchange for medicinal pills. However, Li Lingtian was an exception. He never entered the mountain range. Instead, he spent his days in the courtyard meditating and cultivating, helping the ordinary disciples refine some pills. Sound isolation array. Sky screen formation. Li Lingtian waved his hand continuously and 2 simple formations were cast. With this array, he did not have to worry about other disciples disturbing him. Even if he came to the courtyard, he would not see him. The disappearance of his cultivation allowed him to focus on cultivating his mental state, continuously evolving and refining several earth-grade skills. Although it was just a show, as long as his cultivation recovered, he could use such a skill to the extreme or even to the limit. An earth-grade skill was almost equivalent to a heaven-grade skill. He had been destroyed by the light of God's wrath and luckily survived. He had also arrived at the Azure continent, which was exactly where he wanted to go. His cultivation had disappeared, but he could cultivate his mental state, refine treasures, and cultivate his skills to the highest level. After the 2 restrictions were cast, his face became serious. He used his soul consciousness and called Little White out. Then, he entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Inside the Divine Dragon Ring, he would naturally temper his body with the dragon chi. Only then could he repair his meridians. In a place like Maple Leaf Manor, Little White could run amok, so he naturally wasn't worried. During this period of time, he already had quite a number of jade slips in his hands, all of which contained information and maps of Moonrise City. As for the matters outside Moonrise City, only the martial kings knew about them. Just in the soliciting moon mountains of Maple Leaf Manor, there were countless forces of different sizes. There were at least 18,000 forces like Maple Leaf Manor. Moreover, Maple Leaf Manor was also attached to other forces. In this way, countless Maple Leaf Manor were tied to large forces. In the Divine Dragon Ring, the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds tempered his body. This was the first world, and the dragon energy of the first world was not something he could estimate. A full day had passed inside. Li Lingtian's face was pale, but there was a hint of joy on his face. The pain of the dragon energy tempering his body almost made him collapse, but the benefits he obtained were very powerful. A day's time meant that he had spent half a day outside without anyone disturbing him. He was satisfied. Yes, 1/10 of my meridians have been repaired. Not bad. If this continues, as long as there are no accidents, my meridians and injuries will be completely healed in half a month. Li Lingtian left the Divine Dragon Ring space with a faint smile on his face. His injury this time was much more serious than any other time. The destruction brought about by the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, the death power of the God's wrath, and the terror of space-time travel. It was already very lucky for him to survive. Junior brotherly. Less than 10 minutes after he came out to rest, a voice reached his ears. The person who called him was still outside and did not intend to barge in. This was a sign of respect to Li Lingtian. During this period of time, Li Lingtian had gotten used to Maple Leaf Villa. It was no different from his home. Although Maple Leaf Villa was weak and poor, it gave people a sense of warmth and cohesion. "Oh, it's Senior Brother Huang. Are you going to refine pills again?" Li Lingtian walked out and saw a gray-robed youth waiting at the door. He teased him. This youth was only a Tier 2 warrior spirit and needed elixirs to improve his cultivation. Li Lingtian had almost changed their cultivation method recently. Instead of exchanging the herbs for spirit stones, he had Li Lingtian help him refine elixirs. 1 foot 11 inches have to trouble Junior Brother Li again. However, this time, it's not Junior Brother Li who's concocting pills. It's because one have a pill recipe. It's an ancestral pill recipe. I don't know what it's used for, so I'll ask Junior Brother Li to help me take a look. Huang Yuan's face immediately turned awkward when he heard Li Lingtian's words. He had been asking Li Lingtian for help to refine elixirs recently, and Li Lingtian had helped him refine them without hesitation. Pill formula, let me take a look. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to recognize it. Li Lingtian was taken aback. A warrior spirit's disciple would have a recipe passed down from generation to generation. However, since the other party had said so, he would not embarrass him. Then I'll have to trouble Junior Brother. Huang Yuan's face revealed an excited expression. Although this Junior Brother in front of him didn't have any cultivation, he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. He was a friendly person and didn't have any requirements for other disciples to refine pills. After saying that, he carefully took out a jade pendant from his clothes. It was not a pill formula at all. Moreover, there was a red thread tied to this jade pendant. It was no different from ordinary jade ornaments. Li Lingtian was stunned. This was a jade pendant, not a jade slip recipe. Moreover, even if it was a jade slip pill formula, it would be kept in the storage bag and would not be hung around his neck. Junior Brother, don't laugh. This pill recipe has been passed down from generation to generation in the Huang family. It has always been like this. One was afraid that one would lose this pill recipe, so I didn't dare to put it in my bag of holding. Huang Yuan's face reddened. If he was too weak, his storage pouch could be snatched away at any moment. If he hung the pill formula like a jade slip, even if he lost his storage pouch, he wouldn't lose the pill formula. I see. Li Lingtian paused for a moment before he understood. He then reached out to take the jade pendant and carefully examined it. The orange jade pendant was in the shape of a crescent moon, and it did not seem to be related to the jade slips pill formula. Chapter 209, Return God Pill Recipe. After looking at the jade pendant, he sat on the chair and kept looking at the jade slip. Huang Yuan looked like Li Lingtian was looking outside, but Li Lingtian's divine consciousness had already entered the jade pendant. Without a cultivation base, there was naturally no divine consciousness. Although Li Lingtian did not have a cultivation base, he possessed divine consciousness. Although his divine consciousness was only at the level of a martial king, it was sufficient. His divine sense carefully touched the jade pendant without any obstruction. His divine sense easily entered the jade pendant. Immediately, a powerful message was transmitted over. Just like the other ancient jade slips, there was a restriction inside. This restriction could only be entered by those who had the jade slip. Actually, he did not need to delve any deeper because he already understood this jade pendant. It was indeed a pill recipe, a magical pill recipe. Moreover, this pill recipe had shocked him. The soul-restoring pill. A 5th-grade soul-restoring pill. This pill formula could be said to be the top existence among the 5th-grade pills. It also had another effect, which was to recover the cultivation that a martial artist had lost. In the divine martial continent, countless experts would use strange forbidden techniques in times of crisis in order to survive. Although forbidden techniques were powerful, the price they paid was also very high. That price was a drop in their cultivation. If he had this soul-restoring pill, he would be able to recover his lost cultivation. Such a magical pill was naturally the target of countless experts. He already had the Azure Yang pill formula, which was also a 5th grade pill formula. However, the Azure Yang pill formula could only increase one's cultivation level and did not have such an effect. It just so happened that he needed such a pill formula. He did not expect it to actually appear in Huang Yuan's hands. Huang Yuan kept his eyes on Li Lingtian. The junior brother before him did not have any cultivation base, but his alchemy skills were amazing. The pills he refined were all high grade. That's right. This is a pill formula, a 5th grade pill formula. Although one don't know its power, this is indeed a treasure. Li Lingtian said as he looked at Huang Yuan. Now that this pill formula had appeared, he had to get his hands on it no matter what. Junior brother Li is indeed a pill refining genius. You can easily recognize the rank of this pill formula. Not bad. When my father passed it to me, he also said that this pill formula is indeed a rank 5 pill formula. Huang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his junior brother to be able to tell the level of the pill formula. Even he, a warrior spirit, could not tell. As expected, the difference in professions was like the difference in mountains. His warrior spirit's alchemy Dao was inferior to that of an ordinary disciple. If senior brother Huang were to sell this pill recipe, it would be worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This is an astonishing fortune. Li Lingtian said casually. With his experience from 2 lifetimes and the wisdom of the 21st century, he did not leave any traces behind. Although he needed this pill formula, he would not easily reveal it. Hundreds of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones? It can't be. A pill recipe like this actually costs hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Huang Yuan was shocked. He couldn't believe that this jade slip could be worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. In his eyes, this jade slip was only worth a few hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. A Tier 2 warrior spirit disciple would already be impressive if he had a few hundred spirit stones. Moreover, he would only have a few hundred spirit stones after saving up. Naturally, he did not dare to imagine hundreds of thousands of lower spiritual stones. Furthermore, the price Li Lingtian had mentioned was only the price of an ordinary pill formula. If this return to God pill recipe was auctioned off, it would definitely fetch tens of millions of spirit stones. His Azure Yang pill recipe was already worth 80 million low-grade spirit stones, not to mention this divine pill recipe. Do you think I can joke around? Although one can't cultivate, I'm still a little confident in alchemy. Li Lingtian said with a smile. His face was filled with pride. Since he was going to play a small role, he naturally had to do it well. Hee, don't be angry, junior brother Li, one know about your alchemy skills, but I'm still too shocked. I can't believe that this pill recipe is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Also, since this pill formula is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, I'm a warrior spirit disciple, so I'm sure it won't end well for me. If one sell it, I'll just be asking for trouble. Did I wonder if junior brother is interested in this pill formula? Huang Yuan chuckled, thinking that he had offended Li Lingtian. He knew his place. If a warrior spirit disciple were to sell a Tier 5 pill formula, he would be courting death. Thinking of Li Lingtian's identity, he decided to rely on Li Lingtian to refine elixirs in the future. It would be a favor if he sold Li Lingtian the pill formula. Senior brother Huang must be joking. Although 1 am confident in alchemy, I am not so arrogant. A 5th grade pill formula can only be used by a 5th grade spirit pill master. Besides, although one have concocted many pills in the past, I have never earned so many spirit stones. My entire fortune is only 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Does senior brother Huang want to sell this pill recipe that costs a few 100,000 spirit stones to me? Li Lingtian burst into laughter as if he had just heard a joke. The smile on his face was extremely exaggerated. His words were reasonable and there was no room for Huang Yuan to doubt him. However, he did not expect Huang Yuan to really surprise him. Junior brother Li is too humble. If junior brother Li likes it, I'll make this pill formula and sell it to junior brother for 20,000. This way, if junior brother can refine a good pill, one believe junior brother won't forget me. Huang Yuan was taken aback. 20,000 spiritual stones was a huge sum of money for a warrior spirit like him. Furthermore, he would be getting a share of Li Lingtian's future pills. Since senior brother Huang said so, then you must have known that I'm interested in pill formulas. One don't have any other hobbies, but I'm interested in pill formulas. In the future, if senior brother Huang wants to refine pills, as long as it's within my ability, one definitely won't refuse. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he spoke in a serious tone. His tone was solemn and there was no falsehood in it. Li Lingtian could make these expressions at will. It would be a waste if he did not become the best actor. Then it's settled. I wish junior brother Li good progress in his alchemy Dao. Huang Yuan said happily. After interacting with this young man for a period of time, he had also understood a little. He was easygoing and kept his words. Following that, Li Lingtian took out a storage pouch that contained 21,000 spiritual stones. He reluctantly handed the 20,000 spiritual stones to Huang Yuan and kept the remaining 1,000 spiritual stones. Huang Yuan left the courtyard excitedly, leaving Li Lingtian alone in the courtyard. 20,000 spiritual stones was a considerable amount of wealth in Maple Leaf Manor, even among the countless factions in the soliciting Moon Mountains. He naturally had to go out and have a good time. Following that, Li Lingtian did not help the other disciples refine the pills. Instead, he pushed the refinement to the next day. Even so, the disciples who sought him out to refine pills were incomparably happy. They would not blame Li Lingtian for making free elixirs since he had his own matters to attend to. After returning to his room, he pasted a wooden sign on the door of the courtyard. It said that he was resting today. This way, no one would come and disturb him. In the room, Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and took out the pill formula. He poured out a drop of blood essence and began refining the pill formula. For pill formulas above the 5th grade, other than being forbidden, one had to use blood essence to refine them. Only then could one obtain the information inside. After refining the pill formula, streams of information were transmitted out. Inside were the number and types of countless medicinal herbs, as well as the age and requirements of some medicinal herbs. After 10 minutes, he withdrew his divine sense. He clearly understood the requirements of the medicinal ingredients and the alchemy method. It really is the God-restoring pill. Li Lingtian sighed. Even though he had obtained countless herbs and heavenly treasures from Hidden Dragon Island and Heavenly Devil Canyon, he did not have any of the herbs required for this pill formula in his divine dragon ring. Although the age requirement was not high, such medicinal herbs were rare and hard to find. 1,000-year purple cassia fruit, 1,000-year snow jade flower, 1,000-year red coral, 1,000-year immortal spirit root. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he sorted out all the herbs required for the pill formula before returning to the herb garden in the divine dragon ring. After counting for a long time, he finally told them the herbs he lacked. He was missing a total of 7,000-year-old herbs and fruits. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to obtain these medicinal herbs. Even if he had spirit stones, he would not dare to go out easily. If he were to encounter a martial arts grandmaster or a martial emperor, he would be instantly killed. He was just an ordinary person now. Even with the protection of the silver-winged flying dragon and Little White, he would be crushed to death by the pressure of the experts before he could call out the two powerful demon beasts. Now, he still had to recover from his injuries. Once his injuries were recovered, he could also quickly recover his cultivation. He had to be at least a warrior spirit. Next, he entered the divine dragon ring and used the dragon chi to temper his body. He was worried that he would not have time to recover from his injuries because he had to refine pills for the disciples of the manor tomorrow. After entering the dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds in the divine dragon ring for half a day, it was already dawn when he came out. Then, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Xiao Bai also rested in a corner. During this period of time, Li Lingtian had been keeping Little White outside. He would not put himself in danger if he did not have the ability to protect himself. When he woke up the next day, the sun was already in the sky. This was the first time he had slept so soundly. He was really free from all worries. When he got up, there were already 6 or 7 disciples waiting at the door, but none of them dared to disturb him. "Good morning, Junior Brother Li." Sorry to disturb Junior Brother Li's sweet dreams. Junior Brother Li is really relaxed. When they saw Li Lingtian with his eyes still hazy, everyone knew that he had just woken up and greeted him. "Sorry to have made you wait for so long, senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother, wash up first." With a calm smile on his face, Li Lingtian headed to a room and began to wash up. For these ordinary disciples, pills, it was simply a piece of cake. Even if 6 or 7 people came to refine pills, it would only take 1 or 2 hours. Chapter 210, Yun Yao Yao, 1. Days passed like this. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this day, Li Lingtian walked out of the divine dragon ring with an excited expression on his face. I've finally recovered from my injuries." As he muttered to himself, he felt the huge dragon energy in his body and was extremely happy. In the past, he had all kinds of powerful methods and skills, but he did not specialize in dragon energy. Now that his cultivation had disappeared, he had only recovered from his injuries after being tempered by the dragon energy. After recovering from his injuries, the dragon energy in his body became even denser and purer. Although it was not as pure as the little white dragon, it was not much different. Now, without any cultivation, if he were to unleash his dragon energy, even a warrior spirit would not necessarily be able to defeat him. Now that his injuries had recovered, he could also use the medicinal pills he refined to cultivate. However, he had now learned to keep a low profile. He would think twice before doing anything. Cultivating again. "Although I'm starting all over again, I've gained a lot of experience. One guess I've regained what I lost." Li Lingtian calmed himself down. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he took out a vitality pill and tossed it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth. A powerful medicinal power spread throughout his body. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique circulated, turning the medicinal power into genuine qi and finally storing it in his dantian. Martial Apprentice Rank 1. Tier 2 Martial Apprentice. Rank 3 Martial Apprentice. Tier 4 Martial Apprentice. After consuming the pill, the genuine qi in his body continued to increase. In 2 minutes, his cultivation had already recovered to the peak of Tier 9 Martial Apprentice. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a confident smile on his face. To him, martial apprentices were simply ignored. However, reaching the peak of Tier 9 Warrior Apprentice in just a few minutes had shocked and delighted him. If this continued, as long as there was enough time, it would not be a problem for him to recover his cultivation. In the next few days, Li Lingtian continued to refine elixirs. The elixirs that he refined were now peerless. After refining pills, the Jinqi in his body would be completely exhausted. This way, his cultivation would also improve very quickly. In just 8 days, his cultivation had already recovered to Tier 1 Warrior Spirit. He realized something important, and that was that his cultivation could not be seen on the surface. In other words, as long as he did not reveal his true cultivation strength, no one could see through his cultivation. Now, no one could tell that he had cultivation. They still treated him as an ordinary person without cultivation. However, he seemed to be in much better spirits than before. He was in high spirits, and his elegant temperament gave people an additional sense of affinity. "Junior Brother Li." A crisp and pleasant voice interrupted Li Lingtian's cultivation. However, when he heard this voice, he felt a wave of comfort in his heart. He did not need to think to know who the owner of the voice was. Yun Yao Yao was the eldest daughter of Maple Leaf Manor. Yun Yao Yao came to chat with Li Lingtian almost every day when he was at Maple Leaf Villa. Li Lingtian felt relaxed as he chatted with this beauty. He admired this girl in his heart. Even with the 9 terminal meridians and only 2 years left to live, she was still so cheerful and energetic. It's Yao Yao, sis. Li Lingtian looked at Yun Yao Yao, who was dressed in pink with a look of admiration on his face. It was true that a beautiful woman would please the heart. The outfit accentuated Yun Yao Yao's jade-white skin, and her ample chest heaved up and down, making one's imagination run wild. Humph. Yun Yao Yao blushed when she saw the look in Li Lingtian's eyes. She was extremely happy to be with her junior brother. The two of them were like childhood friends. Li Lingtian's admiring gaze did not make Yun Yao Yao angry. Instead, it made her feel happy and proud because someone admired her beauty. Appreciative eyes proved a person's magnanimity, while evil eyes only proved a person's hypocrisy. This junior brotherly in front of him was the former. Senior sister, is there anything you need? Li Lingtian said jokingly. It was easy to be with a beautiful woman. Yun Yao Yao came here often, but she didn't ask him to refine pills. She knew that she only had 1 or 2 years of lifespan. No matter how much she cultivated, she couldn't resist the physical limitations of the 9 terminal meridians. You can't come here if you don't have anything to do. Yun Yao Yao pouted and raised her eyebrows. She sat on the chair without any restraint. Of course not. I can't wait for Yao Yao sis to come here. Li Lingtian smiled and deliberately gave Yun Yao Yao a lewd look. Yun Yao Yao was stunned for a moment before she puffed out her chest and glared at Li Lingtian. They exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Yun Yao Yao knew that Li Lingtian was faking it. Let's go, I'll bring you to a place. It'll be fun. Yun Yao Yao said happily, as happy as she was when she was young in her previous life. Where are we going? Li Lingtian was taken aback. Normally, he would not go out because his cultivation was too low. Going out would only lead to his death. In the past, the ignorant were fearless. He did not know how powerful a powerful martial emperor and martial venerable was. However, after he met those powerhouses, he finally understood how weak a Tier 1 warrior spirit was. Let's go to the Soliciting Moon Gathering. It's a gathering place for junior disciples of various sects and clans in the Soliciting Moon Mountains. Usually, you can trade for the items and skills you want there. Yun Yao Yao knew that Li Lingtian did not know anything, so she explained patiently. Such a small gathering was held almost once a month in the Soliciting Moon Mountains. Every time, thousands of disciples would attend. Rather than calling it a gathering, it was more like a trade fair. There were 10 major clans in the Soliciting Moon Mountain range. These clans were almost as powerful as the 10 major clans in Sky Dragon Empire. There were also 10 large sections. Similarly, these sects were not much different from Sky Cloud sect. In the Soliciting Moon Mountains, they were a miniature version of Sky Dragon Empire's strength. There were countless small clans and gangs. If not 1,000, there were at least 800. Moreover, the Soliciting Moon Mountain Range was only a corner of the Soliciting Moon City. One could imagine how big the city was, let alone the Azure Continent. Li Lingtian immediately understood that it was just some disciples who needed items to exchange with each other. However, it was also a place for some genius disciples to show off. If I go like this, won't one be laughed at? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation. However, after this destruction, his state of mind had been elevated and he now knew what it meant to keep a low profile. The strong might not be arrogant, and the weak might not be arrogant. Being low-key was not cowardice, but a disguised form of dominance. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. He was now a Tier 1 warrior spirit. As long as he was careful, there would not be any major problems. He just did not want to provoke those major powers. What are you afraid of? You are an alchemist, and in our Soliciting Moon Mountain range, there are definitely not many who can surpass you in alchemy, Unless they are those alchemy grandmasters and spirit alchemists who have been around for decades or centuries. Yin Yao Yao was taken aback. It was true that junior brother Li was unpresentable without a cultivation base, but when she thought of Li Lingtian's amazing alchemy skills, it was not too embarrassing. She was careful with her words as she was worried that she would anger Li Lingtian. This was a world for martial artists. It would be a tragedy if one could not cultivate. All right then. Li Lingtian nodded. Since that was the case, there was no harm in him going. His life was also saved by this beauty in front of him. Although he did not need her to save him, it was only a far-fetched statement. If the other party saw the treasures on him and killed him in an instant, wouldn't he only admit that he was unlucky? He could only say that he was lucky to have met Yun Yao Yao. During this period of time, he had learned a lot about the situation of Maple Leaf Manor. The situation of Maple Leaf Manor was also very bad. A single myriad spirit pill was enough to deplete all of Maple Leaf Manor's wealth. Moreover, Maple Leaf Manor was often ostracized by other small clans. Yun Yao Yao had actually taken out her only myriad spirit pill to save him under those circumstances. It also showed that this girl had a good heart. He only had 2 years left to live. So what if he agreed to her request? It will only start in the afternoon. Take a rest first. 1 foot 11 inches, call you later. Yun Yao Yao was elated when she heard Li Lingtian's promise. She hopped outside. She was just a little girl, but she was so beautiful that it made people go crazy. After Yun Yao Yao left, she cultivated for a while and practiced a few earth rank skills. She had already reached the limit of her earth rank skills and was not far from the perfection of mankind. Time passed quickly. Li Lingtian had just finished his cultivation when Yun Yao Yao came to call him. Yun Yao Yao wasn't the only one who was going this time. Xing Ling, Yun Bing, and 2 Tier 8 warrior spirit prodigies were going as well. Hello, junior brother Li. Hello, junior brother Li. The 2 Tier 8 warrior spirits were Yun Meng Cheng and Riyang Shao respectively. Both of them were genius disciples of Maple Leaf Manor. Even though they looked down on Li Lingtian, he was blessed with a unique skill in alchemy. They had sought Li Lingtian out to refine elixirs many times. This was because Li Lingtian had refined a grade 2 spirit binding pill for them. To their surprise, the spirit binding pill that Li Lingtian refined for them was also a high-grade one. Initially, he thought that Li Lingtian could only refine Tier 1 pills and not Tier 2 pills. He never expected Li Lingtian to refine an advanced Tier 2 spirit binding pill. This way, they would not dare to underestimate Li Lingtian, or at least not show disrespect to him on the surface. There was another problem, and that was Yun Yao Yao. Yun Yao Yao was the precious daughter of Maple Leaf Manor, and she was also a peerless beauty. Even in the soliciting Moon Mountains, she was the most beautiful existence. Who would not be envious when they saw such a beauty chatting with Li Lingtian? Hello, senior brothers. Li Lingtian nodded. He was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse, a modern man from the 21st century in his past life, and the reincarnation of Nine Yang Saint Lord. Naturally, he would not bow to 2 warrior spirit disciples. He was already giving them face by nodding to them like this. He had to keep a low profile, but he had to have a bottom line. Let's go. It's just the few of us this time. Let's see if there's anything good. Yun Yao Yao said happily. Li Lingtian only smiled when he saw that. This was the nature of a young girl. She would be happy when she saw something fun. The group of 6 left the Maple Leaf Manor and headed into the distance. This was also his first time leaving the Maple Leaf Manor. The Maple Leaf Manor was about the same size as the North Peace Manor. Furthermore, this was only one of the courtyards of the Maple Leaf Manor. The real Maple Leaf Manor was located in the citadel of Moonrise City. There were mountains and forests everywhere. Leaving the villa was dense grass and huge trees. Chapter 211, A Loud Slap. Although the small gathering was in the Soliciting Moon Mountains, it was still more than 200 miles away from Maple Leaf Manor. The gathering this time was also very normal, because these small gatherings were all hosted by the genius disciples of the top 10 families. They would change the venue every month. The gathering place this time was also the Mu family, which was closest to Maple Leaf Manor. The Mu family was one of the top 5 families, and they had countless talented disciples. Originally, a distance of more than 200 miles was just a moment's effort for martial artists. Even the warrior spirit and warrior realm disciples of Maple Leaf Manor would not take much time to cover a distance of 200 miles. However, they were worried that Li Lingtian would not be able to keep up, so they slowed down. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian did not fall behind at all. This made the few of them extremely surprised. This junior brother in front of them had no cultivation at all, but his speed was extremely fast. Moreover, there was no cultivation or aura emitted from his body. I've cultivated a movement technique called the breeze technique. One don't have any other abilities, but I can run. Li Lingtian smiled when he saw their surprised expressions. Indeed, he was using the breeze technique. Although he could use the thunderclap wings, he could not afford to use them. I see. Neltharion was stunned for a moment. Then, the 6 of them showed an expression of understanding. Then, they ran quickly in case they missed some good items. An hour later, the group arrived at the Mu family's territory. As one of the top 10 clans, the Mu clan occupied an area of several thousand miles. The place where the small gathering was held was only on the square of the outer disciples. Those who could come here were almost all genius disciples of families and forces. By the time Li Lingtian and the others arrived, there were already hundreds of warriors. Although they were all youths, most of them were warrior spirit disciples. Among the minority of warriors, it was rare to find someone like Li Lingtian who had no cultivation. Those with low cultivation could only be the followers or servants of the young masters and ladies of the family. To the other warriors, Li Lingtian was Yun Yaoyao's follower. Neltharion, one haven't seen you for a month, but your cultivation has improved a lot. I wonder if you have anything good to show me this time. A sinister voice was heard. Li Lingtian looked over and saw a Tier 9 warrior spirit youth sneering. He was looking at them with disdain. However, when his gaze landed on Yun Yaoyao, it was indeed an evil look. It was obvious that he did not have any good intentions, so Li Lingtian pretended not to notice. Zhou Tao, I haven't settled the score with you for the demonic beast incident last time. You'd better not fall into my hands. Neltharion was angry when he saw Zhou Tao. The last time they joined forces to kill the demonic beast, Zhou Tao had taken it all by himself. This had infuriated the few of them. However, Zhou Tao and the other 2 warrior spirit powerhouses were always together and never left alone. The 2 of them snorted. This place was the Mu family. No one dared to cause trouble here. No matter what, they had to give the Mu family face. Yun Yaoyao, I didn't expect you to find a gigolo and pretend to be pure and innocent. How shameless. At this moment, a charming voice sounded. A fragrant wind blew past, and a dozen young martial artists walked over, surrounded by a young girl. The young girl was flirtatious, and her face was charming. She was beautiful, but the charm on her face made it obvious that she was not a good woman. If a girl was beautiful, there would be countless men chasing after her, but her temperament could be seen at a glance. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a chill rose in his heart. He had actually mistaken himself for Yun Yaoyao's gigolo. What kind of person was Yun Yaoyao? Although he hadn't known her for long, he knew her personality. The young girl in front of him was obviously jealous of Yun Yaoyao, but she had insulted him by calling him a gigolo. Indeed, he did not have any cultivation, but he was still a talented person. He was elegant, so it would naturally cause misunderstandings. Shun Mei, he is my junior brother. Yun Yaoyao blushed at Shun Mei's words. Everyone in the Soliciting Moon Mountain range knew that she was pure and innocent, but now that she was insulted by Shun Mei, how could she not be angry? She didn't know how to retaliate. With Yun Yaoyao's personality, she naturally wouldn't scold anyone. When she encountered such a situation, she was so angry that her face turned red. Junior brother? One don't think so. There's actually a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate in Maple Leaf Manor. Shun Mei took a glance at Li Lingtian. This pretty boy was elegant and graceful, but unfortunately, he could not cultivate and could only be a good-for-nothing. He was actually not angry when she said that he was a gigolo. It seemed that he was really a good-for-nothing gigolo. Ha. Yin Yao Yao, of all people, why did you choose a good-for-nothing gigolo? Brother, I'm a tier 9 warrior spirit too. Just look for me. Trash. In an instant, countless female warriors burst into laughter and looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. Li Lingtian's expression did not change in the slightest. He maintained a faint smile throughout the entire process and his expression was calm and collected. He completely ignored the trash before him. In the past, he could kill all these trash with a single slap. The sublimation of one's state of mind completely ignored such a situation. How could a giant dragon be an enemy of an ant? Neltharion, Yunmeng City, Xingling, Yunbing, and Yun Yaoyao were all furious, but they had more power than they had. They could not afford to offend these people. The few of them looked at Li Lingtian in confusion. Was he that patient or was he really a good-for-nothing? Even a clay figurine had some rustic air. Have you said enough, that when the time comes, don't kneel and beg for mercy? Li Lingtian smiled and walked forward. As he passed by a dozen warrior spirits, he flicked his fingers continuously and the chilling chi disappeared. No one noticed these movements at all. Yun Yaoyao and the others quickly chased after him, and the group slowly made their way to the square. The group of people behind him laughed loudly. A good-for-nothing was a good-for-nothing. They could only endure such humiliation. However, before Li Lingtian and the rest could walk 10 meters, the expressions of the dozen warrior spirit geniuses behind them changed drastically. What happened? My meridians are frozen, my cultivation is slipping away, what exactly happened? Behind him, there was a wave of exclamations, and their voices were filled with fear. Li Lingtian continued to walk forward step by step, completely ignoring the terrifying sounds behind him. Yun Yaoyao came to Li Lingtian's side. Worried that Li Lingtian would feel upset after being insulted, she kept comforting him and ignored the terrifying screams behind her. Neltharion and the other 3 turned around curiously. When they looked at the dozen warrior spirit geniuses, their expressions became extremely terrifying. This was because the dozen or so warrior spirit geniuses were covered in a cold aura, and traces of cold aura were emitted from their bodies. His entire body was frozen like an ice sculpture. A warrior spirit genius being plotted against without anyone knowing. What kind of strength was this? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. If he was ambushed and turned into an ice sculpture like this, wouldn't he be finished? There were no martial king powerhouses here. Even if there were, it was impossible for them to ambush more than a dozen tier 9 warrior spirits without anyone noticing. Could it be him? Impossible. He didn't have any cultivation at all, so he naturally couldn't do it. However, it was these people who had insulted him just now. Otherwise, no one would have made a move on these martial artists. Stop right there, stop right there, stop right there. The dozen warrior spirit geniuses were extremely anxious because the speed at which their cultivation was draining was thousands of times faster than their cultivation speed. If this continued, even if he could move, his cultivation would be exhausted. It was a shame to be plotted against like this. They could not think of anyone who would plot against them, so they could only set their sights on Li Lingtian. They shouted at Li Lingtian, but Li Lingtian ignored them. What do you want? Seeing that the other party ignored him, Qing Hao was completely convinced and could only soften his tone. The expressions on the faces of the other warrior spirit geniuses softened as well. They no longer had the arrogant smiles that they had at the start. Instead, their faces were filled with bitterness. He couldn't even move his fingers. What else could he be arrogant about? Why didn't you do this earlier? Cultivation is very important as a person, but there's something more important that you guys don't know yet, and that is to have eyes. Li Lingtian turned around and smiled at the dozen warrior spirit geniuses behind him. The arrogant faces of these warrior spirit geniuses were no longer smiling. Even Shun Mei was shocked. Although she didn't know who had plotted against her, she was still shocked. She had been plotted against without anyone knowing. One could imagine how terrifying the other party was. Was it really him? Everyone present was suspicious of this question. How could an ordinary person without any cultivation base scheme against these warrior spirit geniuses? What did you do to us, that why aren't you letting me go? Aren't you afraid of the Yan family's anger? When Yan Yuqing saw Li Lingtian's return, he immediately became arrogant and used his clan to suppress this young man. No matter how powerful a good-for-nothing was, he was still a good-for-nothing. In front of his clan, he was nothing but an ant. He waited for Li Lingtian to reveal a shocked expression before he respectfully released him. However, he never expected that there would be an accident. Everyone else was also an accident. Pa! A resounding slap was heard. Li Lingtian walked forward unhurriedly and with a wave of his hand, he slapped Yan Yuqing across the face. Immediately, Yan Yuqing was sent flying by the slap and fell to the ground. There were 5 fingerprints on his face, and he was as ugly as a steamed bun. He was obviously a pig. The slap was loud and everyone heard it. This slap landed on Yan Yucheng's face, but it also landed on their hearts. They were all shocked by this young man who had no cultivation. A good-for-nothing from Maple Leaf Manor actually dared to disregard the Yan clan and even directly sent Yan Yuqing flying. Wasn't this a direct slap to the Yan clan? Chapter 212, Shun Mei, Do you know why one hit you? Li Lingtian slowly squatted down in front of Yan Yuqing with a faint smile on his face as he asked softly. Yin Yao Yao and the others were still in shock. They didn't expect this gentle junior brother to have a hot-blooded side. Yan Yuqing shook his head as he was stunned by Li Lingtian's slap. Seeing Yan Yuqing shaking his head and cooperating, everyone present was stunned. They had actually been stunned by an insult. This slap is for your parents because you don't know manners. Pa. After saying that, he slapped the other side. The two sides were now balanced. This slap is for your parents. Because your parents didn't teach their children well, the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Pa. The third slap rang out. Yan Yuqing saw stars and didn't know what was going on. One slapped you for myself. You shouldn't have threatened me. You can continue to threaten me. One welcome it. Get lost. Li Lingtian stood up and gave him 3 slaps. Each slap was justified and the other warrior spirit genius disciples did not retort. After 3 slaps, Li Lingtian withdrew the cold qi from Yan Yuqing's body. Li Lingtian's ice soul was able to easily deal with the chill. He had already mastered the ice soul to its limits. The rest of the warrior spirit geniuses were also instantly engulfed by the cold air. By the time they reacted, the cold air had already taken control of them. My cultivation has recovered? When Yan Yuqing waited for Li Lingtian to leave, he was shocked to find that his frozen meridians had recovered and his cultivation base had been fully restored. The other geniuses also heard it and were equally shocked. Seeing Li Lingtian walking toward them step by step, everyone revealed a look of fear. Their arrogant smiles were gone. Aren't you laughing? That I told you not to beg for mercy. You might be wondering how I did it, but there's no harm in telling you. I'm an alchemist, and I've mastered your meridians. If you can't recover within an hour, you'll forever be trash. Li Lingtian said with a smile. As he spoke, everyone listened curiously, curious to know how Li Lingtian had done it. After hearing Li Lingtian's words, they finally understood. The other party was an alchemist, so it was no wonder. Some of them were familiar with the meridians of the human body, so it was easy for them to deal with them. Miss Yun, please help us plead for mercy. We are extremely grateful and know that we were wrong just now. That's right, Miss Yun. Please tell your junior brother that I know my mistake and am willing to compensate him. I'm also willing to compensate you. Brother, please forgive us. All of a sudden, Neltharion and the others were stunned. Were they still those arrogant geniuses? But in front of junior brotherly, they were like obedient babies. Even Shun Mei didn't dare to say anything. The seductive look on her face had disappeared, and she looked very pitiful. Junior brother, sister was wrong just now. Shun Mei said in a sweet voice. Now, her voice wasn't as charming as before. After he finished speaking, a pitiful expression appeared on his face. He was curious about the young man before him. He had been patient at the beginning, but he had become hot-blooded and domineering later on. He did not have any cultivation, but he could easily control these warrior spirit geniuses. Who is your junior brother? Junior brother Li is my junior brother. Don't try to curry favor with him. Yin Yaoyao was stunned when she saw Shun Mei's expression. She quickly stepped forward and blocked her way. Shun Mei wanted to snatch his junior brother away? Wasn't this a joke? When everyone saw Yin Yaoyao's expression, they couldn't help but laugh. Humph. Shun Mei scoffed and did not say another word. She waited for Li Lingtian's reply, unsure of how he would deal with them. I'm in a good mood, so each of you will receive 500 low-grade spirit stones. My senior brothers and sisters were shocked, so they need mental compensation. Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a calm expression. All right, it's my duty, I'll pay, I was really rude just now. Brotherly, please don't blame me. The dozen warrior spirit geniuses were stunned when they heard Li Lingtian's words. They did not expect Li Lingtian to let them off so easily. 500 low-grade spirit stones were precious, almost equivalent to their harvest in a year, but it was still better than losing their lives. It was also better than Yan Yuqing getting slapped a few times. With that said, he quickly took out his spiritual stones. Although he was reluctant to part, he did not dare to show it in front of Li Lingtian. She was reluctant to part with him, but she still had to show a look of willingness on her face. Each of the 14 warrior spirit geniuses would have 500 spirit stones. Junior brotherly, what should one do if one don't have spirit stones? Shun Mei pouted. She wanted to waste her spiritual stones but was frightened by Li Lingtian's icy gaze. They all felt their hearts tremble. This young man had no cultivation, but his methods and personality made them feel afraid. Li Lingtian did not even look at the 7,500 spiritual stones. He gave them all to Yin Yaoyao and asked her to distribute them to Neltharion and the others. The few of them rejected the offer, but when they saw that Li Lingtian did not seem to want the spiritual stones at all, they kept the spiritual stones. The dozen or so people were curious when they saw Li Lingtian ignoring the spiritual stones. This mysterious young man was not to be underestimated. The small interlude soon passed. Li Lingtian and the others arrived at the center of the plaza and waited for the gathering to begin. A gathering was just a trade fair, no different from auctions and markets. However, this trade was free. Humph, you dare to ignore me? You're finished, kid. Watching Li Lingtian and Yin Yaoyao leave, Shun Mei snorted coldly. No matter where she went, she would be followed by countless followers. All the talented people would go crazy for her. He did not expect that he would be completely ignored in front of this young man. Could it be that he did not enter his eyes? Women could only be described as strange creatures. When you notice her and care about her, he will completely ignore you and even hate you. But when you ignored her, she would feel disappointed. A woman's heart was like a needle in the sea. Princess, let's go back. You've been out for more than half a year. Her Majesty the Queen has sent someone to look for you. A green-robed man came before Shun Mei, bowed and said respectfully. His appearance was extremely respectful, as if he was a subject who had seen his emperor. If Li Lingtian were to see the green-robed man, he would definitely be able to tell that the man's cultivation was at the peak of a Tier 6 martial emperor. A powerhouse at the peak of the 6th-stage martial emperor was so respectful in front of a warrior spirit girl. One could imagine how powerful this girl's identity was. No, I'm not going back. I still have to marry that wind spirit prince. Shun Mei didn't even look at the man in green. After she finished speaking, she walked into the square and blended into the crowd. After Shun Mei left, the green-robed man waved his hand, and a few young warriors also disappeared from the square. Each of them was emitting the aura of a martial emperor. Naturally, Li Lingtian and the others did not know about Shun Mei. She was just a little girl who was spoiled by the adults. After the announcement by the genius disciple of the Mu family, Mu Yunfeng, the gathering officially began. Many warriors took out the items they wanted to sell and placed them on the stone table prepared by the Mu family. In the middle of the square, there were countless stone tables everywhere. Some warriors placed their items on them, waiting for warriors who needed them to come and exchange them. Some martial artists were wandering around in the middle of the square, looking for the items they needed. Wow, Junior Brotherly, is this 100-year-old rootless flower? This is 100 spirit grass. Junior Brotherly, what is this? Junior Brotherly, let's buy that back. It looks so beautiful. Yin Yao Yao cried out happily from time to time. Whenever she saw some strange herbs and plants, she would ask Li Lingtian about them. She had attended many gatherings before, but she had never been as happy as she was this time. Moreover, he had met Shun Mei, a few times before. The two of them had met each other the moment they met. Both of them were peerless beauties. Naturally, they were jealous of each other. Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Yun Yao Yao's happy expression. The herbs and plants were not expensive and Yun Yao Yao had just given him 1,000 spiritual stones. Naturally, he could buy them. Buy it. One still have some spirit stones on me. Li Lingtian said with a smile. He did not take any of the spiritual stones that they had just divided. They knew that Li Lingtian must have spiritual stones. This stroll lasted for 2 to 3 hours. It was already late at night, but the place was still brightly lit and lively. Just as the few of them were happily strolling around, Li Lingtian's face revealed a trace of chilliness. The chilliness was accompanied by a murderous intent that flashed across his face. In his eyes, he saw a few powerful people discussing animatedly. If it was any other time, he wouldn't have cared. However, among these people, one of them was Yan Yucheng. The others were Tier 9 warrior spirits, and one of them was even a warrior king. Needless to say, the matter they were discussing was targeted at them. They had seen many such things. Brother Feng, it's all up to you this time. That good-for-nothing is a pill refiner. You just have to be careful. After this, each of you will receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Brother Zhou, haven't you been paying attention to that girl from the Yun family for a long time? This is a good opportunity. Yan Yucheng looked in Li Lingtian's direction with a vicious look in his eyes. He had just been humiliated and slapped in front of everyone. How could the anger in his heart be appeased? This trash was just secretly scheming. When the time came, he would have to pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent his hatred. Humph, a good-for-nothing beat you up like this. I'm really speechless. Ling Qingfeng looked at Yan Yucheng with disdain. If it wasn't for the Yan clan's strength, he wouldn't have hung out with this Yan Yucheng. The Ling clan and the Yan clan were both members of the top 10 clans, and their disciples interacted with each other. 1,000 spirit stones. When the time comes, deliver it on time. Tonight, that girl will be mine. Zhou Yuming's face revealed an evil smile. Yin Yao Yao was the #1 beauty in the soliciting Moon Mountains. Countless genius disciples were crazy about her, and he was no exception. The few of them discussed for a moment and left the square early. No one knew where they went. Chapter 213, Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone. Li Lingtian followed the few of them as they strolled around. There was nothing worth buying at such a small gathering. On the other hand, Neltharion and the others were extremely excited. They had obtained more than 1,000 spiritual stones out of thin air and bought a lot of elixirs. However, just as Li Lingtian and the others were about to leave, his eyes stopped on a stone table. A fist-sized stone was mixed with other items. On the stone table, there were more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs and some demon beast inner cores. How much are these herbs? Li Lingtian came to the stone table and looked at the owner of the herbs. It was a Tier 3 warrior spirit youth. Yun Yao Yao and the others didn't understand, but they didn't say anything and just followed behind. The medicinal herbs on the stone table were 10 or 50 years old. Li Lingtian did not need these herbs. 10 years old herbs, 10 low-grade spirit stones per stalk. 50 years old herbs, 50 low-grade spirit stones per stalk. If you buy more, you can get it cheaper. The young man smiled politely when he saw Li Lingtian approach him. He had not managed to sell any of the items in the deal tonight, so his trip here had been in vain. So expensive, that you can go rob people. When Xingling and Yunbing heard this, they immediately shouted out. In fact, this price was not considered expensive. It was only 1 spirit stone higher than the other prices. I want all of these. How many spirit stones do one need? Li Lingtian said with a smile as he pointed at all the items on the stone table like a spoiled brat putting on airs. Oh, please wait a moment. Let me calculate. The young man was stunned. Yunbing and the others were also stunned. They could not understand why Li Lingtian would buy these common herbs. Moreover, he wanted to buy all of them. Wasn't this a joke? Brother, here are 11 50-year-old medicinal herbs, 20 10-year-old medicinal herbs, and 3 inner cores. That's a total of 1,050 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give you a discount. How about 1,000 spirit stones? The young man counted all the items in and the price was 1,050 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, he even said that he would get a discount. This was a slap to his mother. 1,050 low-grade spirit stones meant a reduction of 50 low-grade spirit stones. He even said it so nicely. He was simply asking for a beating. Yunbing, Neltharion, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They were just waiting to slap this person who was courting death. Alright, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Lingtian took out 1,000 lower spiritual stones from his storage pouch and counted them before handing them over. With a wave of his hand, all the items entered his storage bag. This stone is pretty. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he collected all the items. He put on airs as he led Yun Yao Yao and the others to the other side of the plaza. The few of them were no longer in the mood to stroll around. They were not used to Li Lingtian using 1,000 lower spiritual stones to buy some trash. Junior brother, why are you using so many spirit stones to buy some rubbish herbs? As long as we work hard, we can find these herbs in a month. Yun Yao Yao finally could not help but ask Li Lingtian. The others were also looking at Li Lingtian, wondering why he was wasting spiritual stones. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Before the person arrived, a fragrance wafted over. The fragrance was familiar. Li Lingtian looked up and saw that it was Shun Mei, whom he had first met. Shun Mei tilted her head and looked at Li Lingtian seriously. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She had witnessed the entire process of Li Lingtian purchasing the herbs. Others might not recognize the items, but she did. Why is it you again? Yunbing looked at Shun Mei. Although this girl was pretty, she had always been against her miss, so she naturally didn't say anything. If one say you are stupid, then you are stupid. Do you think he would spend 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy some rubbish herbs? Since he is an alchemist, he is naturally very particular about medicinal ingredients. He would not casually touch medicinal ingredients. But in the beginning, when he collected the medicinal ingredients, his gaze was not on the medicinal ingredients at all. Because his target isn't the medicinal herb, but the colorful stone. Shun Mei said calmly. She no longer had the charm she had before, but instead, she had a pure and innocent temperament. Li Lingtian was astonished by this change. The perfect combination of charm and innocence was truly a peerless beauty. However, what shocked him was the young girl's knowledge and insight. She actually directly stated her goal. Neltharion and the others were stunned as well. They shifted their gaze to Li Lingtian and initially thought that Shun Mei was just spouting nonsense. However, when they saw the smile on Li Lingtian's face, they knew that Shun Mei was telling the truth. Junior brother, is the stone she mentioned real? Yun Yaoyao still could not believe that Li Lingtian would splurge 1,000 spiritual stones just for a colorful stone. Tell me, what is this colorful stone? Li Lingtian did not answer Yun Yaoyao. Instead, he looked at Shun Mei curiously. His impression of this young lady had changed. Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone. Shun Mei's face revealed a proud smile. A smile that could topple a city, then a smile that could topple a country. Then, he softly said 5 words, the 7-colored Heaven Mending Stone. Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone. However, Li Lingtian was shocked. This young lady actually knew about the Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone. It seemed like she was really knowledgeable, or perhaps it was due to the environment. Not bad, you have good taste. Li Lingtian said with a smile before leaving with Yun Yaoyao and the others without saying anything else. He had also learned about the Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone from the Divine Formation diagram. He had searched all over Green Island but had not found it. He had not expected to find the Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone at this small gathering. The Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone was a rare material that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Don't look down on this stone. Even hundreds of millions of spirit stones couldn't buy it. You. Seeing that Li Lingtian had ignored her and was walking away, Shun Mei stomped her foot in anger. She could only curse at the back of the man. Li Lingtian and the rest did not linger any longer. Looking at the sky, it was already late at night. They had to rush back today. If they stayed in the mountains, it was inevitable that they would be attacked by demonic beasts. Junior brother, is what Shun Mei said true? Yun Yaoyao trailed behind him. At first, Li Lingtian was like a lackey, but now that they were back, they were like his lackeys. That's right. It's indeed the 7-colored Heaven Mending Stone. It's just that the person didn't recognize it. However, this Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone is only a material. Li Lingtian said calmly, but he was excited. Now that he had found the Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone, he could build a warship again in the future. At that time, if all the materials were gathered, it would not be an ordinary warship, but an aircraft carrier. Is this material very expensive? Yun Yaoyao's questions were all childlike, but it was a different story for a beautiful woman to ask. Yes, it's very precious. It should be worth this much. As Li Lingtian spoke, he extended his palm and moved his 5 fingers. 5,000 spirit stones, 50,000 spirit stones, 500,000 spirit stones. When they saw Li Lingtian's gesture, they thought it was 5,000 spiritual stones. However, Li Lingtian shook his head. When he finally said 500,000 spiritual stones, he was still shaking his head. The few of them did not ask any further because Li Lingtian's 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones to purchase these medicinal herbs and Rainbow Heaven Mending Stones was definitely a huge profit. What they didn't know was how precious this Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone was. 500,000? What a joke. Even if it was 5 billion, Li Lingtian would still buy it if he came across it. After leaving the plaza, Li Lingtian quickly made his way to Maple Leaf Villa. Aya, senior sister, senior brother, wait for me. Li Lingtian stopped in his tracks with a pained expression on his face as he shouted at Yun Yaoyao and the others. Junior brother, what's wrong? Yun Yaoyao, Riyang Shao, and the others were shocked and they saw the pained expression on Li Lingtian's face. 2, it's fine. I'm going to relieve myself, hee. Li Lingtian said with a smile. The smile on his face was a little strange, which stunned Xiaolong and the others. Hurry up, we'll wait for you. It's really troublesome. Yun Bing and the others understood what was going on and their faces flushed red. Meanwhile, Xiaolong and Yun Mengsheng looked at Li Lingtian with amusement. Li Lingtian quickly crawled into the bushes by the roadside and found a secluded spot to activate the divine dragon ring. Whitey and the multicolored beast appeared in front of them, but their powerful auras disappeared the moment they appeared. You guys go ahead. Kill 1 warrior king and 5 warrior spirits. Stay hidden and return to my courtyard to wait for me. Don't let anyone discover you. Li Lingtian said softly. Following that, the 2 demonic beasts gave a human-like look before their bodies flashed and they dashed into the distance in the blink of an eye. After finishing everything, Li Lingtian slowly returned. Seeing Neltharion and the others waiting for him, he chuckled and continued to run with them toward Maple Leaf Villa. Li Lingtian and the rest were safe throughout the journey. There was not a single demonic beast or warrior. When they returned to the villa, it was already early in the morning. Li Lingtian, Yun Yaoyao, and the others parted ways and returned to their own residences. In the courtyard, Little White was sleeping in a corner. The multicolored beast knew how to hide. It was also hiding in a corner of the courtyard. When it saw Li Lingtian return, Little White extended its paw and handed 6 storage pouches to Li Lingtian. It then sent its consciousness into Li Lingtian's awareness. There were indeed 5 warrior spirits and 1 warrior king. However, these 6 people did not have the slightest chance to resist in front of them. They were instantly crushed to death by the powerful pressure. This is a heavenly Yao pill. You guys should hurry up and cultivate. My cultivation can't recover for the time being. It will depend on your abilities. If I don't die, you guys will be finished. Li Lingtian tossed the 2 jade bottles to the multicolored beast and Little White respectively. He then activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and allowed the 2 demonic beasts to enter the divine dragon ring to cultivate. Chapter 214, Trouble, 1. The small gathering ended peacefully. However, what made the Zhou clan and Ling clan furious was that 2 of their disciples had disappeared. The place where he disappeared was in a mountain range 10 miles away from the Mu family. Although he was killed by a demonic beast, this matter was also related to the Mu family. Although the disciples who died were only warrior spirits and martial kings, these disciples were all fresh blood in the clan. In the future, the clan would still rely on these disciples to flourish. Moreover, this was also a matter of face. The soliciting Moon Mountain range looked quiet, but it was filled with turmoil. The major powers fought with each other, the subsidiary powers fought with each other, and the smaller families competed with each other. Even the disciples below them fought endlessly. Even the Purple Wind sect, which Maple Leaf Villa was attached to, had hundreds of families competing for it. Although they were all affiliated families under the Purple Wind sect, these families wanted to get more rewards and protection from the Purple Wind sect. The stronger the family's power, the more the sect would value you. Unfortunately, Maple Leaf Manor was one of the last forces under Purple Wind sect. Some super clans and super sects also had 10 levels of strength for their subordinates. Level 1 was the strongest, and level 10 was the smallest. Maple Leaf Manor was ranked at level 10, and among the families at level 10, it could be considered one of the last few. The Purple Wind sect gave each family a title. Each level had 10 forces, so naturally, each level had a title. These were all methods used by the super families and large sections. This time, the direct descendants of the Zhou and Ling families were killed. Naturally, they would not let the Mu family off. All of a sudden, the Moonrise Mountains was in turmoil, and the competition among the families became even more intense. Li Lingtian cultivated in the courtyard. The next day, Yin Yaoyao told him not to go out for the time being as it was chaotic outside. This news was an order from Purple Wind sect. Although Maple Leaf Manor was the weakest subordinate force, it was still meat no matter how small the mosquito was. Moreover, in the Soliciting Moon Mountains, as long as it was a family or a real force, there would be people secretly trying to rope them in. Purple Wind sect would not give up on Maple Leaf Manor unless there was a crisis. If they gave up on Maple Leaf Manor, where would they put their face? That's for the best. Li Lingtian smiled. It was best to recover his cultivation base in peace here. It was rare for him to go out and take risks. As long as his cultivation recovered to the Martial King realm, he would go out to look for medicinal herbs and strive to recover his martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. However, God's will was better than man's. Just as he was cultivating, the Mu family, Ling family, and the Zhou family's affiliated families arrived at Maple Leaf Manor. Brother Lu, Brother Zhen, why is Brother Yang so free to come to my Maple Leaf Manor? Please come in. There was a faint smile on Yun Xiaoling's face, but his heart was heavy. These 3 martial kings had brought their disciples to Maple Leaf Manor. There was definitely nothing good going on. The 3 martial kings were all rank 4 martial kings. They were the subordinate forces of the Mu clan, Ling clan, and Zhou clan respectively. They definitely did not have good intentions for Maple Leaf Manor by coming to Maple Leaf Manor at this time. Brother Yun, there's no need for us to go in. We came to Maple Leaf Manor just to understand some things. Lu Yiming went straight to the point. A group of more than 30 people stood at the entrance of the Maple Leaf Manor. They had no intention of entering the Maple Leaf Manor at all. Brother Lu, what is the meaning of this? If you have anything to say, it's not too late to go in and talk. Yun Xiaoling secretly cursed in his heart. 3 clans naturally needed to find a scapegoat. In the Soliciting Moon Mountains, unwarranted crimes were everywhere. There's no need for that. During the small gathering 2 days ago, my Ling and Zhou family disciples were plotted against. The place where they were killed was in the wilderness 10 miles away from the Mu family. Zhen Yuan said coldly. He was speaking on behalf of the Ling family, and he spoke arrogantly, completely disregarding Yun Xiaoling. Brother Zhen, you should be careful with your words. Don't say the wrong things and cause a misunderstanding between us. We, Maple Leaf Manor, feel sorry that the disciples of the Zhou and Ling families were killed. However, the disciples of the Zhou and Ling families died within 5 kilometers of the Mu family. What does it have to do with us? Yun Xiaoling smiled bitterly in his heart. A bigger fist made sense. If Maple Leaf Manor had enough strength or a rank 8 or rank 9 martial king, their status in Purple Wind sect would increase greatly. They would not dare to cause trouble for Maple Leaf Manor. These families all had unspoken rules. Even if they wanted to find trouble, they would find those small families that were not in power. Even if the clan or sect they were attached to came looking for trouble, they would not go to war for an insignificant clan. On that day, countless people saw that the disciples of the Yen clan had conflicts with the disciples of your Maple Leaf Manor. The disciples of the Yen clan had always been on good terms with the disciples of the Ling clan and the Zhou clan. Naturally, hee. Moreover, the Maple Leaf Manor is just 10 miles away from the Mu family. That road leads to the Maple Leaf Manor. Could it be that it has nothing to do with your Maple Leaf Manor? A faint smile appeared on Jin Yuan's face as he spoke logically. When the disciples of Maple Leaf Manor heard Jin Yuan's words, their hearts were filled with anger. He actually connected a matter that was 108,000 miles away to Maple Leaf Manor. Wasn't this a crime that he wanted to add? Ha ha, I think the three of you think that my Maple Leaf Manor is easy to bully. If you have the ability, go and try it out with those big families. You know what's right and what's wrong." Anger appeared on Yin Xiaoling's face. Ever since the three martial kings arrived at Maple Leaf Manor, he knew that something bad was going to happen. However, he never expected them to link Maple Leaf Manor to the deaths of the Zhou and Ling clan disciples. In this way, his Maple Leaf Manor would become the scapegoat. "Brother Yun can think whatever you want, but there must be an explanation for this matter. Brother Yun, do as you see fit." Lu Yiming said coldly. He had to take the blame no matter what. The bigger the fist, the better. He couldn't afford Maple Leaf Manor. Moreover, in the past few years, Maple Leaf Manor had gradually been neglected by Purple Wind's sect, which made them even more unscrupulous. This matter is also very easy to handle. As long as Miss Yun becomes my concubine, my Mu family can take responsibility for your Maple Leaf Manor. A cold and arrogant voice sounded. A martial artist dressed as a young master walked up unhurriedly. Jin Yuan, Lu Yiming, and Yang Mingzong also automatically made way. Mu Ao, the genius disciple of the Mu family, was a peak rank 9 martial king. "Young Master Mu Ao, it is my honor to be able to catch your eye. However, my body has been weak since I was young, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to accept your love." When Yun Xiaoling saw Mu Ao arrive, his expression became even more solemn. If it was someone else, he would not be so worried. However, Mu Ao was a genius disciple of the Mu family. He had reached the 9th level of the martial king realm in his 20s. He was a rare genius even in the entire soliciting Moon Mountains. This precious daughter of his was the apple of his eye. Naturally, he would not marry Mu Ao as a concubine. If it were any other force, they would definitely be extremely happy to have such a thing happen. "I've given you face, but you don't want it. Let's see how you resolve this matter. If you don't satisfy me, Maple Leaf Manor will disappear from today." Mu Ao was startled. He had never thought that a Maple Leaf Manor would dare to reject him. After saying that, he looked coldly at Yun Xiaoling and the 6 martial kings beside him. Finally, he looked at Jin Yuan and the others. It was a blatant threat. "Brother Yun, let's not talk about anything else. Today, as long as one of you defeats the 3 of us, this matter will be handled by young Master Mu Ao according to the rules of the soliciting Moon Mountains." Lu Yiming said loudly with a smile on his face. He had already made up his mind before he came. Maple Leaf Manor naturally wouldn't admit it, but it didn't matter. It wasn't up to them whether they agreed or not. There was no one in Maple Leaf Villa who could defeat the 3 martial kings. Duels were also the rules of the soliciting Moon Mountain range. Regardless of the size of the faction, if there was a grudge, it could be settled through a duel, regardless of life or death. This was also the concept of the strong being respected. The bigger the fist, the stronger the principle. After saying that, the smile on his face became even wider. The other martial kings also had smiles on their faces. There were 3 rank for martial kings on his side, while Maple Leaf Manor only had 1 rank for martial king. It was impossible for a rank 4 martial king to defeat 3 rank for martial kings. Over the years, they knew each other's strength. Moreover, even if Yun Xiaoling won, this matter would only be handed over to young Master Mu Ao to handle. "Lu Yiming, don't you think this is too shameless?" Yun Feng cursed loudly. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yun Xiaoling still had a chance of winning. However, it was impossible for a rank 4 martial king to fight against 3 rank 4 martial kings. In this way, it was obvious that they wanted to kill all the martial king experts of Maple Leaf Manor. Even if Maple Leaf Manor did not attack the disciples of the Ling clan and Zhou clan, Maple Leaf Manor would still be finished. Hee, there is no such thing as shamelessness in this world. There is only strength. You can only blame your Maple Leaf Manor for being unlucky. Lu Yiming chuckled, not looking like he was going to reason with anyone. Immediately, the 30 warrior spirit disciples locked onto the few warrior spirits and warrior kings of Maple Leaf Manor. As long as there was any unusual movement in Maple Leaf Manor, they would raze it to the ground. Li Lingtian knew when these martial kings arrived at Maple Leaf Villa that even a Tier 9 martial king would not be able to fight him with his divine consciousness. He silently came behind Yun Yaoyao and the others, watching everything with a faint smile on his face. This is another indispensable experience lesson. The strong are respected, and the bigger the fist, the stronger it is. Li Lingtian secretly nodded. This was the world to begin with, but he did not expect these people to make it sound so dignified. Junior brother Li. Yun Yaoyao's face turned pale. She had never seen such a situation before. Even if she had never seen such a scene before, she could tell from their numbers and strength that Maple Leaf Manor did not have the slightest strength to fight against these people in front of her. Naturally, she did not know that such a thing had happened in the Soliciting Moon Mountains. He did not have much time to leave Maple Leaf Manor, so he naturally did not know about it. Master. He called out softly when he saw Li Lingtian's arrival. He was extremely frustrated as he looked at Yun Shaoling worriedly. He did not know how this matter would end. Lu Yiming, since that's the case, I'll test your strength to see how far you've progressed. When Yun Shaoling saw the current situation, he knew that there was no other way. Even if he went to find the Purple Wind sect, it was too late. He didn't have any qualms about finding the Purple Wind sect. Would the Purple Wind sect offend the Mu, Ling, and Zhou families for the sake of Maple Leaf Manor? Chapter 215, The True Power of the Heaven-Flipping Seal. Wait. Seeing that Yun Shaoling was about to make a move, Lu Yiming, Zhen Yuan, and Yang Mingzong revealed a smug look on their faces. They knew Yun Shaoling's strength very well. He was not Lu Yiming's opponent. Even if Yun Shaoling defeated Lu Yiming, they could easily kill him. However, just as everyone was feeling happy, a calm voice sounded. The warriors of Maple Leaf Manor looked at the person who spoke. However, when they saw the person who spoke, their faces revealed a trace of confusion. Junior brother Li. Junior brother Li, don't speak. Yun Yaoyao was taken aback when she heard Li Lingtian's words. Her father was a Tier 4 warrior king, yet he had no chance of winning. If Li Lingtian were to anger these people, the consequences would be obvious. You've delivered yourself up. 2 days ago, it was you who used a trick to plot against Yan Yucheng. If it wasn't for you, the Zhou clan and Ling clan disciples wouldn't have died. Zhen Yuan burst into laughter when he saw Li Lingtian standing up. He did not notice a good-for-nothing disciple like Li Lingtian at first, but now that Li Lingtian had come out, he recalled the news from the disciples below that the person described was this good-for-nothing disciple. It's him. 2 days ago, he was the one who plotted against Yan Yucheng. Senior brother Yan Yucheng asked senior brother Zhou and the others to teach him a lesson, but he used a trick to harm senior brother Zhou and the others. A warrior spirit disciple stepped forward and pointed at Li Lingtian. He had witnessed the incident between Li Lingtian and Yan Yucheng the other day. Naturally, he had stepped forward to identify Li Lingtian. What else do you have to say? Yang Mingzong said coldly. He was also curious about this useless disciple in front of him. This young man definitely did not have any cultivation, but he was able to plot against a warrior spirit disciple. There must be something extraordinary about him. However, trash was trash, and trash could only be a stepping stone. Did I say anything? Didn't you say that the strong are respected? Li Lingtian said coldly, but he still had a faint smile on his face. The smile grew wider and wider. Then, he looked at Muao in the distance. He was only a rank 9 martial king, yet he was acting like a boss. A piece of trash. How dare you say that the strong are respected in front of this king? Are you even worthy? Lu Yiming's face revealed a look of disdain. He felt that talking to this young man was already an insult to him. Oh, is a martial king an expert? But in my opinion, a martial king is worse than an ant. He's not even trash. He can only pollute the air in this world. Everyone was stunned. Was this something that an ordinary person would dare to say? An ordinary person, a piece of trash who couldn't cultivate, actually dared to speak to a martial king like this. Was he crazy or stupid? Yun Yaoyao and the others were extremely anxious. Wasn't this courting death? During this period of time, the disciples of Maple Leaf Manor had a good relationship with Li Lingtian. Naturally, they were worried about him. The few martial kings and Mu Ao were also stunned. Wasn't this a slap in the face? They were martial kings, yet they were called ants and trash in front of this trash. How could they tolerate this? You are dead today. Mu Ao said coldly, a vicious glint flashing across his eyes. You, trash. I'll make an exception and kill you. Lu Yiming was furious. He had never fought against an ordinary person in his life. He did not expect to be angered by an ordinary person. He was right. In this world, as long as one was human, one could cultivate, no matter how talented one was. They all had a bit of cultivation, but the young man in front of them did not have a single bit of cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist with destructive force was hurled toward Li Lingtian at an incredible speed. Even Yun Shaoling, who was not far away, did not have time to help. They could only watch helplessly as Li Lingtian was killed. Yun Yaoyao and the others were horrified to death. They could already imagine the scene of Li Lingtian being blasted into pieces. Lu Yiming also looked excited. To kill an opponent in one hit was more satisfying than anything else. A smile appeared in his eyes as he imagined Li Lingtian turning into a bloody mist under his fist. However, the smile in his eyes did not last long. It quickly turned into confusion and then fear. No one dared to look at the ending, but something strange happened. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and flipped it strangely. He then gently and lightly met the attack without any strength. It was as if a dying man instinctively used his hand to block the attack. However, in Lu Yiming's eyes, this was not the case. In his eyes, this good-for-nothing young man in front of him casually flipped his hand, but it brought with it the trajectory of heaven and earth, and it had a supreme magical pressure. He had seen such a miraculous trajectory during a great battle 20 years ago. The entire process happened in an instant. Bang! With a slight muffled sound, a trace of oppressive aura appeared in the air, and everyone was stunned. Because after this muffled sound, the good-for-nothing youth did not disappear like smoke. On the contrary, Lu Yiming's body was thrown out like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground 100 meters away. When he fell, his body made cracking sounds. He couldn't move, and his vitality gradually disappeared. Trash. I said trash, but one didn't believe it. Li Lingtian clapped his hands lightly, as if Lu Yiming's fist had dirted his hand. He appeared nonchalant as if he had nothing to do with what had just happened. Mu Ao, Jin Yuan, and Yang Mingzong all stared blankly at Lu Yiming, who was sent flying. Yun Shaoling and the warriors of Maple Leaf Manor were all stunned. All of this was like an illusion. Yun Yaoyao and Yun Bing knew Li Lingtian the best, but when they looked at him now, it was as if they were looking at a stranger. Yaoyao sis, I'm not used to looking at me like this. Li Lingtian broke the silence as he spoke softly with a faint smile on his face. All the warriors were jolted awake. They did not even notice Li Lingtian calling Lu Yiming a good-for-nothing. Hush! There was an uproar. Was this still that amiable junior brother? Was this still the junior brother who was called trash? That was impossible. Even a martial king had been beaten to a pulp without anyone knowing. This was an instant kill? So it was you who harmed the people of the Zhou and Ling families. Let's see how you face the wrath of the Zhou and Ling families. Jin Yuan said coldly, his expression turning ugly. With Lu Yiming's strength, even he couldn't defeat him, but now he was killed by a trash in one hit. Now that it was difficult to back down, he could only use the Ling and Zhou families to suppress Maple Leaf Manor. Ling clan, Zhou clan, you're all just trash. It's best if you don't provoke me. One don't want to cause trouble. I just want to refine pills properly. You guys get lost, but the few of you have to stay. Li Lingtian shook his head and moved his limbs as if he had just woken up. However, his eyes revealed a sharp light that was different from his identity, and his entire body emitted a mysterious and powerful aura. He casually pointed at the 30 warrior spirit disciples and told them to scram. However, he wanted Jin Yuan and Yang Mingzong to stay, including Mu Ao. The attack just now had also used the Heaven Up seal. During this period of time, his cultivation had fallen, but he had cultivated the Heaven Up seal and other skills to the extreme. He was only one step away from the transcendent state. Although this Heaven Up seal was an earth-tier skill, it carried a hint of profoundness. The trajectory of heaven and earth was contained within it. Under one attack, his Tier 2 warrior spirit cultivation, coupled with the Heaven Up seal, killed Lu Yiming, who was a Tier 4 warrior king, instantly. Although Lu Yiming was careless, it was not something a warrior spirit could do to break through a warrior king's defense. However, Li Lingtian managed to do it because of the sky-turning seal and his spiritual cultivation. Li Lingtian, you can't, junior brother Li. Yun Xiaoling and Yun Yaoyao shook their heads. Although they did not know how Li Lingtian did it, no matter how powerful he was no match for the Zhou, Ling, and Mu clans. The three families occupied 1/3 of the world in the soliciting Moon Mountain range. The Maple Leaf Manor could not afford to offend them, and even the Purple Wind sect could not afford to offend the three families. Don't worry, they're courting death. Didn't they say that the strong are respected? Then let them know that this sentence isn't something that any trash can say. Li Lingtian smiled and turned to look at the warrior opposite him. He could understand what Yun Xiaoling and Yun Yaoyao were thinking. If the hundreds of people in Maple Leaf Manor offended the three great clans, they would be completely wiped out. You actually dared to plot against Brother Lu. Let's see how you die. Yang Mingzong felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. The young man in front of him who had no cultivation gave him a sense of dread. When Li Lingtian looked at him, he felt as if he had fallen into hell. Very good, very good. You have offended this young master. As long as you kneel down and apologize immediately, this young master can give you a complete corpse. Otherwise. Mu Ao's expression kept changing. He did not notice how Li Lingtian had sent Lu Yiming flying, but he was a peak Tier 9 martial king with a top-notch mystic skill. As long as he was careful, he could easily eliminate the good-for-nothing youth before him. Since young, he had always been a high and mighty existence. How could he allow others to steal his limelight? If you don't seek death, you won't die. I told you to get lost. If you don't get lost, then you have to stay. Li Lingtian completely ignored Mu Ao as he looked at the 30 warrior spirit disciples who were all Tier 8 or 9. However, in Li Lingtian's eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. No matter how many ants there were, they could not withstand the flood. He stretched out his hand and flipped it gently like he did at the beginning. His aura completely changed and became ethereal. A strange aura slowly extended out, and his entire person seemed to have fused into this world. Heaven Flipping Seal, it is your honor to die under the Heaven Flipping Seal. Li Lingtian said calmly. His expression turned solemn as he waved his hands gently. Mysterious hand gestures appeared continuously before he flipped his hand in the air and pressed it down on the other side. Chapter 2:16, 1 against 3. It was still that light palm strike, but the impact it brought to all the martial artists present was a destructive blow. The void flipped and a 100-meter-long palm print came crashing down. The space trembled. It seemed like a long time, but it only took an instant for the huge palm print to fall. There was a series of loud explosions as the ground continued to collapse. More than 30 warrior spirit disciples were drowned by the palm print. After the palm print disappeared, all 30 warrior spirit disciples were lying on the ground. They did not seem to be injured at all, but they did not have the slightest bit of vitality. Everyone present had numb expressions on their faces. They had seen countless battles between experts, but they had never seen such a powerful suppression. Moreover, it was unleashed by a young man who was called Trash and had no cultivation. The entire scene was extremely strange. Even Yun Yao Yao was stunned. This junior brother of hers had been rescued by her not long ago and had no cultivation at all, but now he was so domineering. I seem to remember that I just said that if you don't court death, you won't die. Even if I told you, it seemed like I wanted them to scram, but they wanted to stay. I had no choice but to fulfill their wishes. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. It's best to do it more often in the future. Li Lingtian helplessly spread his hands, looking really helpless. This action almost caused everyone present to collapse. He had killed over 30 warrior spirit disciples in one strike, yet he was still pretending to be innocent. Let's do it together. I'm a little tired. I need to sleep. Hurry up. Li Lingtian took a step forward and spoke calmly as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. However, when he took a step forward, Mu Ao and the other two subconsciously took a step back. A trace of fear appeared on their faces. For the first time, they felt fear. They were afraid of a good-for-nothing youth without any cultivation. Yin Shaoling and the Maple Leaf Manor warriors were speechless. What kind of people were these? They actually needed 3 martial kings to join forces and go to sleep after the fight. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, no matter who you are. It's not so easy to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, no matter how powerful the heaven-flipping seal is, you don't have any cultivation. It's just like this. The 3 of them looked at each other. This young man in front of them could not be understood with common sense. He did not care about his family at all. If they used their family to threaten him, they would be courting death. Since it had come to this, they could only kill him. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to leave. Encountering a lunatic could only be considered unlucky. Encountering a lunatic with terrifying strength could only be considered unlucky. Qian Zhuiying, die. With a wave of his hand, a supreme-grade profound armament appeared in Zhen Yuan's hand. Without any hesitation, he hurled the supreme-grade profound armament at Li Lingtian. In the sky, a domineering light slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Even a martial king of the same level would not dare to easily block this attack, let alone an ordinary person without cultivation. 5 mountains trembling. At this moment, Yang Mingzong also summoned a pitch-black iron tower. The iron tower instantly expanded to 3 meters in size. It looked cumbersome, but it was extremely light in Yang Mingzong's hands. The iron tower smashed toward Li Lingtian with a destructive attack. Clear wind / activate. As the 2 of them attacked, Mu Ao's expression was cold. He didn't hold back either. He chanted a mysterious incantation and a sword appeared in his hand. The long sword carried an astonishing pressure. This was the pressure of a treasure. Instantly, the atmosphere in the air became extremely oppressive. An emperor weapon, a low-grade emperor weapon. Yin Shaoling was shocked. Wasn't it heaven-defying for a martial king to have a martial monarch realm weapon? Immediately, he understood that this emperor weapon was given to Mu Ao by a super expert of the Mu family. A 20-year-old Tier 9 martial king was naturally a top genius. With this emperor weapon, there was no one in the same tier who could match him. Just as all the Maple Leaf Manor martial artists were shocked, the clear wind / released a shocking pressure, which brought down a light shadow. The 3 destructive attacks formed an intersection point. There was no room for retreat at all. Even a martial arts grandmaster expert would die in front of this attack, let alone an ordinary person without cultivation. Yin Yao Yao and the few warriors who were close to Li Lingtian were shocked to death. They could only watch helplessly as Li Lingtian was helpless against the destructive attack. It's just a facade. However, while everyone was in shock, Li Lingtian, who was at the center of the attack, said calmly that it was just a facade. He completely looked down on the trio's attacks. As he spoke, the genuine qi in his body had already been circulated to the extreme. He was a Tier 2 warrior spirit, and he was circulating powerful dragon energy to cast the true dragon body barrier. On his body, there was a faint light shield, just like a mage's protective shield. 2 5-meter-long flying dragon phantoms appeared out of thin air. One of the flying dragons attacked Shen Yuan, and the other flew towards Yang Mingzong's attack. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian watched Mu Ao's breeze strike down with disdain as if he was watching a show. Roar, roar. Rumble. Fei Long roared and the two attacks cancelled each other out, disappearing into the air. However, Fei Long continued to charge towards Yang Mingzong and Zhen Yuan. As expected, the breeze landed on Li Lingtian's body. Mu Ao's eyes revealed a smug look, but it was even more vicious. However, when the breeze landed on Li Lingtian's body, his expression turned fearful. This was because the power of a low-grade emperor weapon was actually blocked by the opponent's light shield. When the breeze landed on the light shield, it only trembled slightly. In the end, the clear wind was actually repelled. The entire situation was extremely strange. Yun Yaoyao and the other martialists present were stunned. What kind of defense was this? Even the imperial artifact couldn't shake it at all. Die. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied. During this period of time, all his skills had improved to the extreme. The power of these ultimate skills had exceeded his imagination. After saying that, he stretched out a hand and a huge fist smashed out. The dominating heaven fist was also an earth rank skill. It was impossible for warrior spirits to cultivate earth rank skills. Only martial arts grandmasters could cultivate it. Moreover, many martial arts grandmasters did not have earth rank skills to cultivate. In Li Lingtian's hands, there were several types of earth tier skills. The dominating heaven fist was unleashed in an instant, ruthlessly bombarding the terrified Mu Ao's body. A cracking sound could be heard, and Mu Ao's face revealed a look of despair. In the end, his body fell down, and not a single bone in his body was intact. The air was quiet for a moment because Yang Mingzong and Zhen Yuan had been killed by the flying dragon when Mu Ao died. The flying dragon was Li Lingtian's attack, so it could not be retracted and gradually dissipated into the air. It's finally quiet. Li Lingtian clapped his hands and turned around. He did not even look at the dozens of dead warriors outside Maple Leaf Villa. There was even a hint of annoyance on his face. Then, his expression became calm, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. After saying that, he slowly walked back to his place. Everything here was basically settled. He no longer needed him. It was already impossible for him to cultivate peacefully. Yun Shaoling was the first to wake up after Li Lingtian left. He was still in shock. Following that, the other martial artists all woke up with a start. They all looked at each other, unable to adapt at all. You guys deal with the matters here first. Yao Yao, Yun Bing, Xingling, the three of you come in with me. Yun Shaoling sighed and began to instruct the other disciples to clean up the scene. He then led Yun Yaoyao and the other two into the villa. Yun Yaoyao and the other two muttered to themselves behind him. In the end, they followed Yun Tianling to the courtyard in the deepest part of Maple Leaf Manor. Yao Yao, what's going on? The three of you should know what is going on. Don't hide anything. Yun Shaoling sat down and hurriedly asked, confusing Yun Yaoyao and the other two. They didn't know what was going on either. Father, we don't know anything. Yun Yaoyao looked at Xingling and Yun Bing's frightened expressions. As Yun Shaoling's precious daughter, she was naturally not afraid of Yun Shaoling. I'm asking you, what's going on with Li Lingtian? One thought he had no cultivation base. How did he manage to kill a martial king in an instant and withstand the attack of a Tier 9 peak martial king's emperor weapon? Do you know his background? Yun Shaoling looked at Yun Yaoyao. He knew his precious daughter the best, so he definitely wouldn't hide anything. Either that or Li Lingtian deliberately concealed his identity and hid himself in Maple Leaf Villa. He did not believe that Li Lingtian would covet Maple Leaf Villa's wealth. Such an impressive young man who was also an alchemist would naturally not be interested in Maple Leaf Villa. Even the top 10 families would try their best to rope in such a person. Father, Junior Brotherly has no ill intentions. One told you last time. We went to the back mountain to collect the cloud spirit fruit and met Junior Brotherly, who was seriously injured and almost on the verge of death. Later, we brought him back and joined our Maple Leaf Manor. Junior Brotherly has never revealed his cultivation either. Father, you saw it just now. From the beginning to the end, Junior Brotherly did not reveal any cultivation at all. Yun Yaoyao was also extremely suspicious, but she did not want to suspect Li Lingtian. She was right. From the beginning to the end, Li Lingtian did not reveal any of his cultivation realm. Even when he was fighting against the imperial weapon, he did not reveal any of his cultivation. Sigh, I wonder if my Maple Leaf Manor is a blessing or a curse. Indeed, he didn't reveal his cultivation. That's why I'm so terrified. A person who didn't even use his cultivation could destroy a Tier 9 martial king using an emperor weapon. What could be more terrifying than that? Could he be a hermit expert? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Yin Shaoling sighed as he began to make guesses. However, he could not confirm it even after thinking about it countless times. In the end, he thought that Li Lingtian was a hermit powerhouse. He could not be blamed for being mysterious, as Li Lingtian's methods had truly frightened him. Even a martial emperor could not kill a martial king in an instant without revealing his true strength. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.